Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulan Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.
Yes, within and without that world. What is going on, everyone? Welcome, Argonauts, to a Saturday stream. Welcome to the final pre-Christmas of 2024 Saturday stream. In fact, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to day 66 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron Oracle of War. This is From Dust, and it is part 3 of From Dust, which is itself the first part of Season 5. I feel like I'm doing this, which being the last part of the first part, which is the first part of Season 5 of Eberron Oracle of War. I am very excited for all of it, and I can't wait to get into what we've got going on today as we continue. This is the final Eberron session, actually, of 2024, so I'm excited for all that. But before we go any further, just a couple of quick reminders. If you have not done so already, please follow the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and if you're watching me over on YouTube, welcome, and remember, every time someone subscribes subscribes to YouTube, which is free for you to do. It really helps us out. We are at a new record of subscribers, and every new subscriber brings us up to a new record, obviously, as we charge on towards 1,100 subscribers on YouTube. So please do join us over on YouTube, please, and thank you. Discord is ! !arvcord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. TikTok, ! !arvtalk, as Triffid just mentioned. Twitter is ! !arvtweets, although I'm really asking people to move towards Blue Sky, which is going great guns, actually, ! !arvsky for my Blue Sky account, so please do follow me over there. Website is arvanelleron.com, where you can check out, in addition to other things, the Hearthglow limited edition, limited run podcast, which is going to be concluding next year. And you can also check out the links to our Gen GM show, because Zach Clay and myself are running that GM show. And we're going to have more long-form video. Also, I just realized I had to put a note for myself, which I have now done, which is our DM and GM show. So please do join us over on that YouTube channel as well. Again, website for these things, arvanelleron.com. Financially, ! Arv Shop. That is our merchandise area. You can get stuff relating to a bunch of the campaigns, including Infinity and Beyond. I am repping the I&B best bad idea we've ever had today with the King's Citadel, in fact. That's tonight, or that's me repping that tonight. So you can get stuff like that, which supports us and makes you look cool as well. And then we have got the Patreon, which is ! Arvtreon. Would love to see that number get up into triple digits. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, so it really does make a difference if people are able to support us over there. So please do, if you can. And let's see. Obviously, subbing to the channel is another great thing to do. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And on the publishing front, ! Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. ! Library, my Tales and Tomes, the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And ! Greyshade, which is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy, available from Athos Arts at that link right now. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, about whom more in a moment. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, coming to you from Alligator Alley, and being designed by our very own Brandon O'Brien, also about whom more in a moment, if you go over and do that right now. So please do pre-order/order those things, and thank you. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, that is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in this situation in the future. One quick note on schedule: we will be off tomorrow and Monday, but we will be back next week. It is Christmas week. On Tuesday, we will have our holiday stream that is going to feature my family doing our holiday stream stuff, which we love to do. It is also going to feature a chance to play the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which is Caves of Cood. I'm looking forward to that. And then on Christmas Eve, and then we will also have some more GOG Pen and Pixels playing some more Songs of Conquest over there. So that's going to be a good time. Then Christmas Day, of course. I hope everyone who celebrates has a good one. And then Thursday the 26th, we will be back playing some more Beyond Shadowgate. We had a chance to actually chat with the dev a little bit on stream. I really enjoyed Beyond Shadowgate. It was awesome, and I can't wait to play more. And we're going to be talking more with the dev of Beyond Shadowgate, the writer of Beyond Shadowgate, but we have to firm up what exact date that's going to be. So coming soon, TM. We will get more details about that soon. But that's what we got going on right now. And so I am going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly for whoever I interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the incredible crew that you see before you. That's right. That has not been involved in any kind of stuff that sometimes, chat, I imagine that you're kind of like, I wonder what people talk about in the green room. And then sometimes
it's you just don't talking be there. About this.
Sometimes you just don't want to be in the green room. And that's really, that's where we're at right now. But it is a pleasure to be with the Infinity and Beyond crew. See, and whenever Trent said that's true. I don't know whether to go to Trent or whether to hope that will distract Trent by like, quick, focus on this instead. But we are here and we are ready to go. Hello, Trent. Happy holidays and all that. How are you? And what's going on your neck of the woods over the past week? And who are you playing tonight?
I'm Trenton Sparks. I'm a professional voice actor person who tends to narrate for a lot of the folks around me, and I'm playing Tantin, who is a dragon marked human artificer battle mage with a battlesmith. Excuse me, battlesmith. Even though he does have some magic, whatever. Who has a mechano good boy named Spanner, and I'm done.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I will move right on to Marie Bilodeau. I don't know whether to ask how Marie's doing, so I'll just say it's good to see you, Marie. I hope you're hanging in there okay. And I won't go any further than that. Just to say, who are you playing tonight? Beyond that.
Hi, I'm good, thank you. I'm just because I love you, chat, and I do. I'm just going to say that tonight I'll be playing Mary Hawksmoor. Call it a swords bard, and I like to stab things. And I'm very excited to be here tonight. Thank you all. It's going to be a fantastic time.
Long-time viewers are getting super sus at this point. They're like, "Wait, why are they going?" Yeah, never mind.
Middle of the episode, maybe we'll go into like this completely.
Mind. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Also a pleasure to have the awesome and amazing Brandon O'Brien with us, who has a face at the moment that I can only describe as long-suffering. Is the only way I can describe that. How are you doing, Brandon, and who are you playing tonight?
Hi, everybody. One, I have no idea what's happening to everybody else. I got to do green room last, and I'm glad that this is one of those moments where my imagination just goes to the worst thing, and that is the sign to my brain that goes, I don't want to know what this is. I never want to discover what the actual answer to this question is. I'm fine. So, as is my want when I actually do get here, I do in fact have a thing to share that I thought was really dope.
Okay.
Well, one story that is actually very annoying, and me watering down that frustrating thing with a thing that gave me joy. I was actually joking to Jen a couple of days ago, in fact, that I thought that I would be free from the power outage woes once that random wind event took place in her neck of the woods. And I was not free, so people keep praying for me. Power at least 2 days this past week. But I am presently in the clear. I hope that maintains until Christmas and beyond. So that's fine. So while catching up on Grayshade, I am very sorry. Grayshade is almost done, but I'm very sorry.
It's gonna be worth a chat. You will see.
I promise. But while that was happening, I decided I would stimulate myself while working by just looking for things to watch on Netflix. And I came across this actually very, very cool show called All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, which is actually very, very cool. I just finished it today. I described it on Blue Sky as if the X-Files, Persona 5, if the X-Files, Persona 5, and Paranoia Agent had a baby. It is essentially what if a police officer is given the job to join a secret government organization that is designed to investigate weird supernatural criminal activity in the area after a god announces themselves on social media as attempting to remake all of Japan, and they're like, this is weird and kind of strange, and why is everybody looking at me like they already know who I am? And I should probably figure out what those things mean, and it's actually very, very cool. Suffice it to say that despite the fact that I just like supernatural mystery dramas overall, this show also has a thing to say about both the ways in which we act on the internet and whether that bad behavior on the internet is indicative of a greater human antisocial nature that is actually very, very rewarding. So yeah, if you're looking for 10 hours to kill, and you have a VPN because the first 7 episodes are available on US Netflix at the moment, you should look for a show on Netflix called AARO, All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. It is very good.
Wow, that is cool, and I'm glad they have an abbreviation because I don't think that title would probably be like, woohoo, let's go, yeah. That's cool
apparently it's literally the name of what is actually a U.S. government office.
That's
Apparently,
a thing
there's a branch of,
that exists.
Yes,
really?
apparently there's a branch of the Pentagon that's its entire preview is investigating whether UFOs are actually real.
Oh, interesting. All right. Well, then that's cool.
So yes. So hi, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and I will be playing tonight Rowan Shallow, otherwise known apparently as Rowan the Disintegrator, who is
great
very
PR
excited
for us, man. Great PR.
Yeah,
for us.
exactly.
Yes, very excited to discover ways to continue navigating this newfound combination of otherwise very mundane abilities that they could have performed the entire time, which is, what if I twin spell and disintegrate and I just point it at the first big thing I see and make that the first thing that I do for that entire combat encounter. It's this one experiment has proved very beneficial so far, so I think I'm going to replicate that as often as possible.
Absolutely. I can't wait till the first big thing you see in combat is a Larian, and we do exactly that sort of thing. I can't.
Oh God!
Can't
he
wait
recognizes
to see.
me. He's a big threat. He's a big threat.
He's a big threat. I mean, well, listen, I had to specify.
I mean, Mermaid's one who keeps getting charmed, so that's on
yeah,
her.
that's true.
So you know,
always a pleasure to have Brandon with us, and also a pleasure, of course, to have Jennifer Brozek with us, who has fully recovered from whatever was affecting her in terms of being reduced to tears of laughter by our dear friend Marie for reasons we won't discuss. It's good to see you, Jen. Everything cool on your side of the country? How are you doing? And who are you playing today?
I'm doing all right. I would like to say Merry Solstice to one and all. Just remember, the darkest of nights ends with the dawn.
Yes.
So, a moment of hope and a moment of, endings and beginnings. It's when I celebrate. In the Pacific Northwest, we are about to be hit with not one, but two weather events over the next week. So that should be exciting. I'm so excited. The kittens continues to heal. Freya, who fractured her pelvis, is still on strict cage rest. She is getting better. If you follow me on Instagram, Jennifer_Brozak, you will have seen I did a proof of life because, most of the time she's in a very plush but very small cage, so she can't, hurt herself
right
any more than she already has. What else? I'm playing Nisiana Di Jarasco after I did manage last game to make it back just as everybody was signing off. So I just sat and watched the sign off and went, oh man, what the hell happened? Because everybody said something about me or Nisiana saying, oh my God. And I'm like, all right, I guess I will watch.
Mm-hmm.
And chat, I did watch. And chat, they were right. So, Nisiana Di Jarasco, halfling healer from the House of Healing. Apparently the moral compass of this group. Who is here. And I'm looking forward to this.
Yes, so. I imagine the compass is going to have some discussions with others about True North, I think, shortly, is what we're looking at. There's
going to be a little bit of discussion.
But always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And last but certainly not least, always a pleasure to have John Helfers with us. It is good to see John, who, by the way, chat is available now on Blue Sky as well. So you should follow John over on Blue Sky. I no longer have to be like, link, and John Helfers. Now I can actually, have the Blue Sky thing. So that's good. While not being on Blue Sky, John is how's being busiest man in show business, at least from Catalyst's point of view. How's life and you, and who are you playing tonight?
Let's just say I should be working right now, but no, I've taken the.
You're working to save your party and the world from destruction in Eberron.
Exactly, which has no bearing on my day job whatsoever. Thank you for reminding me of that. No, it's good. Yes, the end of year rush here for some people more than others, myself included. But no, it's been. 2024 has had its ups and downs. Let's just leave it at that. Mm-hmm. I am playing a Larian, a Star-Forged Aegis, and I just finished debuting my Iron Titan form, which went swimmingly. So happy about that. And squashed some zombies as we destroyed a cell of the Emerald Claw that was masquerading as scholars, and now we're going to loot the camp. Let me pass this back to you so you can tell everyone, catch everyone up as to where we are.
No, listen, I think you've done quite a bit of that. As we head over to the map, I can reveal to you, chat, that for a moment, when I started prepping for this earlier today, and I went over, I'm like, wait, why are all the tokens in the middle of the camp? I thought they left. I'm like, wait, no, they didn't. They left and came back to the camp and annihilated the people who were running the camp, which pretended to be part of this archaeological expedition. And actually, let me just fire up a little bit of, let's get some music going here. 1 second. There we go. Lovely. And no, I don't like that. I want to do this one.
Here we go.
Perfect. So in the process of discovering details about this archaeological expedition, which had asked the party to come to the camp and to share dinner with them and basically give them some information about how to survive the Grey, how to survive the Mournland, which the party has more than a little bit of experience with. Funny thing happened, though, which is the party went into it already with deep suspicions. Those suspicions got worse when they discovered that there were things around the camp that seemed very odd, like, for example, shrouded horses that didn't seem to do a lot of moving, and mysterious tents that didn't seem that were covered over, and that when one person with a metallic arm went over to check out, might have revealed that there was a large bone armor wearing creature just sitting in the middle of this tent, and that seemed odd, and so the party eventually left the camp, and then after a not too long discussion, decided that they really could not let these people go. There were clear problems with them, partially because Rowan had discovered a letter in which it was noted that this was a Emerald Claw division that had been sent some information, and in fact, I still have the handout here, and it was like this, I think. Why is it not showing me the thing? Oh, there we go. Which is written to Jasal, the head of the expedition, from someone named Trez Zul, who said that they had gone to the excavations beneath Metrol, a city which was at the heart of the Mourning and was the capital of Seer, and so something which was very familiar to Tantan, for example, and that agents are going to be sent to the Mror holds to investigate further, in asking them to enlist the help of a dwarf artificer, and that deciphering the sigil could be very helpful to gather information on how to get what they need below Metrol. Good news is that means that the party has some leads as to where it might gather the information it needs. Not so good news is the fact that it means that the Emerald Claw apparently is decided that it has something very valuable that it needs to dig out from beneath Metrol, and nothing good can come from that combination. Emerald Claw plus archaeological digs in a place where there was a terrible disaster, given the party's run-ins with the Emerald Claw already, not a good thing. So the party knew that they could not let this group leave, and so they went back. Alarian decided to Iron Titan himself and then drop the version of a Sherman tank on top of one of the people who was there, exactly. In the meantime, Maramé was wrecking face, as were a bunch of the others, and in particular Rowan, who decided that it was a good time to, as we just talked about, twin spell disintegrate spells, walked up to the Bone Knight and basically obliterated him in a round. So that was interesting. Found another person who said to him, listen, this can go, I'm paraphrasing, but the easy way or the hard way in terms, do you want pain or not? And the guy said he doesn't want pain, to which point Rowan was like, great, and then disintegrated him. This was all observed by Nisiana, and it will lead to something we'll talk about in just a moment. But in any case, after it was over, the party did begin to look through the camp, and I believe it looked through a little bit of it, although I'll give them a chance to look some more. Discovered a sort of odd-looking barrel or bucket inside that tent that you see all the way to the north, but also discovered a map of the streets of Metrol pre-morning, so pre-event, that was the sort of catalyst to end the last war. So there's that. And of course, the party now has this information about, possible information about the Mror holds. So thank you, Trivet, for doing that. I appreciate that. And so as I hand things back over to the party, I want to hand things over to two people first. And I'm going to hand things over to Nisiana, who I think may want to talk about something. While that's happening, Tanton, I know that you had been doing a bit of research already, and I'm going to give you a chance to, while they're doing this, basically thumb to the proper pages relating to this sigil, because it is going, your specific research is going to have direct bearing on what happens next based on your translation ability. So we'll talk about that in a minute, but first I want to head things over to Nisiana, because I believe, Nisiana, you had some a conversation you wanted to have, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Well, it basically, the timing of this is like right after everybody is dead, and you'll note that Nisiana is not very far from Rowan when all this stuff happens.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing she would do is she'd walk over to Rowan and speak to him quietly, like make him lean down to hear her. It is intent that she is speaking to him and him alone. And she looks up at him and she says, "Why would you do that?"
Bad guy was covered in bones. I wanted to make sure we didn't
Not
die.
not that, Rowan. Why would you act like a murderer? Why would you ask someone to their face, do you want it to hurt or not? What would you have done if he said, make it hurt?
I mean, all of the things that hurt. You do not have a gun, right?
Rowan, you crossed a line. You're our shadow because we need you to be our shadow, but we are better than this. You are better than this. We kill. I am a killer. I'm a healer, but I am a killer. Mary May is a killer. Mia Tanton's a killer. They're all killers. We are all killers, and we know we are. We're not murderers. We don't torture people. We don't. Why would you do that? Why did you ask that question?
We're in the middle of a deserted camp that was previously, just recently, full of...
They were the enemy and they needed to die. I am well aware of this.
They're cultists.
Why would you ask them? Why would you look at someone sentient in the eye and ask them, do you want this to hurt or not?
Because these are the same people who would ask those questions of you. They'd ask worse questions. If he had any of you in the same position I had him in, y'all were probably going to have it much worse. I'm allowed to be exhausted by the fact that these people continuously go out of their way to be as cruel and...
But we are not them. We're not them. We do what we need to do. We do not make it. We do not make it also mentally hurt. We fight because we have to fight. We fight so that we don't have to fight again. They torture because it gives them power. And I don't want to see you go down that path. Please. Please.
Might I provide a counterpoint? I'm raising my metal arm at this point. We have met two groups of people who I'm pretty sure if we gave them 5 minutes to make the best possible case for themselves, would say the exact same thing about their intentions that you did. And both of them responded with stone fire. I think it's fine for me to go, I don't trust some people, and that means they deserve cruelty.
That's not the point, Rowan. You are absolutely avoiding the point. You had a man dead to rights in the middle of a fight, and you paused to ask them a question that you knew would hurt them mentally, that would hurt more. Why would you do that? What does that say about you and us?
About you, nothing.
But you are with us. You are part of us. Your actions are part of us. We are better than this, and I know you are better than this. Please, don't walk that path. We fight and we kill because we have to, not because it brings us joy, and not because we want to hurt them.
If this is the point, then this is the point at which we also agree. This doesn't give me joy either. This is bothersome. We are surrounded by all sides by people who want nothing more in the world than to be as malicious as possible as they can to you for all kinds of reasons. Some of those people would find absolute glee in doing things that I still can't fathom. I don't think I've been in your company like very long. And I've probably seen in the last few weeks more abject malice than I've seen while picking people's pockets, while scamming the bosses of some of the deepest criminal organizations on
She
the
reaches out to
western part
you
of this
while you're
continent. And I
talking.
am...
She puts her hand on Sunshine. Rowan, we don't have to be them. We don't need to answer their malice with equal malice. Rowan, we do this for the good of everyone. And I know it's easy to fall to it. She pulls open the thing where she shows the scars from how many arrows she's gotten to the chest. She's like, I know. The moment we learned they were Emerald Claw, they needed to die. Did I want them to hurt? Yeah, I did. But I can't work like that, because then that turns our purpose worse. I don't know if we need you, because we need you to be our shadow. You are the one who does what we cannot. But you cannot become them. Please think about that. We're all tired, but we can't become them.
Rowan just kind of stands there for a moment.
You can be angry at me for saying this, but it's important to me that you think about this, because you are so much better than this. And then she pauses and smiles and says, and you did some really good work too, like really amazing. But now with that power, don't follow their path. And then she kind of, she had her hand on, and then she kind of pulls it back, and she's like, I'll go now.
There's a moment where Rowan is like struggling to find the thing that he wants to say, and then he says, I'm afraid.
We're all afraid. We're afraid.
I have been afraid before. I have done stupid
for me
things
or of me?
for you.
She reaches out a hand, and this time she offers it to you.
I don't take it yet, and I say, you don't get it. I'm afraid every moment that you decide being moral is less valuable than being efficient is the time we get weaker in the face of people who are not at all unwilling to do the worst possible thing to everything around them to get their hands on you, on the Oracle, on anything that you know, on anything that you care about.
Rowan, I fear for my sister every moment. I fear. I understand that words can kill. Words can have other people kill. And I want to use my words to make sure that if we have to kill, we do it with a just heart and not with malice, not with glee, not the way they do it. And yeah, we may die. We may die horribly. And there'll be others to take our place. But until then, we are the vanguard. It's us. And together, and she kind of just sort of, the hand that's out, just sort of, together, we're stronger. And we need us, and we need us on the right side of the light. And I believe in you, just like I believe in Merime and Alarian and Neatantan. And even though Spanner isn't anything more than sunshine is to you, I believe in Spanner as well. But this is the first time I've seen you act in an unbecoming way. And I needed to say something to you because you are part of us. You haven't turned your back on us, and we need you. Actually,
I take your hand and I go, when we're not surrounded by dead bodies, at some point you need to just tell me exactly what it is you want me to do for you guys, because...
Rowan, we'll never know exactly what we need to do. And she kind of squeezes your hand and says, part of it is following your heart. And part of it is following what we are all doing. It's hard to care so much about people you know will be running directly into danger. It's hard. My sister is my heart, and she is already moving away from me, and I can feel it. But I have to let her do what she thinks is right. And she squeezes your hand again, and then she brings it back. Says, also, I'm going to have to go talk to Alarian about the death from above. He may do too much collateral damage.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, the next fight we're gonna be in is with other Warforged. Maybe we could just step on them and not have to think about that again.
Maybe, but I'm gonna have to have a conversation with him too. But you were more important at this moment. And if I didn't care, I wouldn't say. If you weren't so important to this group, I wouldn't say.
I mean, I disagree with you, but I'll allow it.
You're absolutely allowed to disagree with me, but I want you to think about what I've said. There is a moment, a line, the edge of a knife that you can balance. You're there. You're balancing on it right now. And where you go from here is your own choice. But now you are aware of it. We can revisit this conversation later, too.
Understood.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for thinking I'm important enough to talk to.
You are absolutely worth it. And then she turns and she looks for Alarian.
Is Alarian on one side of the camp doing like as he's moving out of tank form?
Indeed. Actually, he's they are searching the body of what's her face.
They I should say. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. So I will let me have a little bit more of the.
Yep.
We'll talk about the loot. No, I'm actually going to go to the looking around the camp thing, and then I will come to Tantin last, because you all see that Tantin is very absorbed in a couple of books, and we'll sort of explain what that's about. So a couple of notes here about these things that you see. I believe I already talked about that tent that was all the way to the north. And which is the one that was opened. I might have also mentioned the map thing, but yeah, that that far northern tent has basically a set of these three, as you can see, these three bedrolls basically rolled out, and then this strange-looking clay jug that I mentioned that's over on one side, which is just, it's closed and you obviously don't know what's in it, but it is odd because it just seems to stand out. It's not a wooden barrel. You don't know what else would be in there. So yeah. So there's that. In the one that's to the east of where Alarian is standing, that is, yeah. That one has this cot, somewhat nicer looking actually, than the tent, than the bedrolls that you had in the tent to the north. That has a cot, and it also has a closed trunk, and there is a smaller trunk on the top of which are a number of other pages torn from books. And now you may not know this immediately, Alarian, although I think, no, because Rowan talked about, I take that back, because Rowan did read this letter that you found in the thing. So there's more pages like that were in the tent to the bottom, to the west, the southwest, which we'll talk about in a minute. But there's also this closed trunk that you can see that's sort of on the northern wall of that tent, in the tent to the east of you right here. So there's that. And you can tell me if you want to open it in a minute. I'm just basically giving you the details there. This tent is completely empty except for the seat on which the bone armored creature, the bone knight or whatever it was sitting. So that's all that seems to be in this tent. And then this one here seems to be what you would assume is sort of like the command tent. And I already mentioned the maps of pre-morning Seer and Metrol and stuff like that, which you can find there. Pages torn from books and things like that. You can actually I don't think you had a chance to look at the pages torn from books, because I think, Rowan, all you grabbed was the map, I think, and the letter that was on the top, I believe. So there are still more pages of those books here and pages from the books here, along with the closed trunk here and the weird clay jug thing here. And then the last thing that I want to note is that there are also a bunch of smashed crates and like broken zombie bones and bodies all over the place also, with what's left of these wagons. So that's what you see. So if there's anything you want to get more info about, then please let me know. And then I want to jump to Tantin last of all. But
what was on what's her name's body?
On Giselle herself.
Thank you. Yes.
Anjasol herself, the couple of things I suppose to note. The big thing is she has what seems to be a kind of it's sort of a winding, twisted stick, which you assume might stand in for a wand of some kind. You can't tell if it's magical, but it's a pretty good guess. You already saw that she was trying to cast some spells, if it were not for the fact that Rowan kept counterspelling them. But she was trying to cast some spells and perhaps using that stick as some kind of a focus. Other than that, she doesn't really have a lot on her. She did have a dagger at her belt, but there was nothing else that you noticed on her. It may be that she kept more of the stuff in, well, she was a spellcaster. Maybe she didn't need all that much stuff, but what she had, she might have kept in one of these tents, perhaps.
All right. And I'll start. You said the big chest will drag out, and then you said the pages were on this underneath. There's a smaller chest in what I'm assuming is her quarters as well, right?
That is right, yes. Well, I mean, you don't know if they're her quarters, but you would guess.
I'm assuming because of the quality between this room and the fact that she was by herself and the other three were there. It kind of, the context clues are fairly simple.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with that.
Which seems reasonable. So are you pulling both of the trunks out then?
Yeah.
Okay.
First I want to collect the pages and go give them to Tanton because they might find them useful. Then I'll pull the chests out and go and get that jug too and like set it on the larger chest and then just wait.
Okay. So you pull the trunks out, you do all that. Merime, we already know what Nisian and Roman doing. Merime, what are you doing during this?
Considering that we were just in an Emerald Claw encampment, and I'm not sure that I trust the Emerald Claw while everyone else is doing their thing, I'm gonna keep watch. I'm basically gonna make sure that we're not caught unaware.
Okay. Can I get a perception check from you, please? I will also note to the party I'm also aware of your passive perception scores, but
Zombie horses come back. Oh, sorry.
yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
Sorry.
You missed the zombie Gila monster that was right underneath the wagon. Yeah. So 24, huh? That's a very good score. You do not, you don't note anything here. It's in fact quite quiet, except for just some slight breeze, and some occasional motion way off in the distance, probably in the direction of Salvation, but nothing like immediate to the camp that you can see.
Okay. I'm gonna stick at it and just kind of make sure everyone's safe.
Okay. Tanton, let me come to you. First of all, when Alarian drops these pages sort of on you, I guess I should ask, do you take a moment, do you ignore them completely? Do you take a moment to sort of look at the pages? What do you do with those when you see them?
Don't ignore them completely, but basically when it comes over, excuse me, when they come over and hand the stuff over, the amount of focus he gives it is basically this.
Okay.
Which I totally expected because he was already involved in something.
Gotcha.
And believe it, I wasn't trying to interrupt him. I'm just saying, hey,
no, that's
it's
fine.
kind of when you're done, there's something else.
That's fine. I'm gonna assume that you will at some later point look a little bit more at those, but for now,
yeah, he's basically made a note of how many there are.
Okay. A number of them, and you think from maybe just a few books, but I'll come back to those in a minute. So I want to pull up for everybody in chat. I think. Oh no, I had it as a handout. So, and it looked something a little bit like this. This is the sigil. I think I already have this being shown to you folks, but
yep.
So this is the sigil that you found, which had originally been shown to them. And actually tell everyone what books you've been looking at, because then I'll be able to tell you what you've discovered.
Rowan has noted before in Salvation that Tanton had these when he came in to talk to Tanton at Pilar's place. This is probably the first time that Nisiana is seeing them, and the titles are very, very clear. The titles are Volume 1 and 2 of Reshaping Elementals, Forms and Functions.
Okay.
And
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say they are two books that he picked up in the Forge when we were freeing Sol Ring and Jorana. Is her name? Yeah, Jorana.
Yes, the one that Rowan was not a big fan of, as I recall. Okay.
All right, let's add Mia Tantan to the list of people I'm going to have to talk to.
I've been on that list for a while.
Well, yeah, some stuff has happened.
Let's see if I have. Do I have Iron? Okay, I'm going a little bit deep into Eberron lore for this answer, which is
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, twist my arm, right? Like,
boy, if only something had been written about this in one of the many tomes.
Exactly. Exactly.
The hard part is separating the old stuff from the new current canon stuff.
Okay, so, you are pretty sure, after doing quite a bit of this work, and some of your previous research has actually helped with this, Tantan. You have read about this before, and you had seen something like this before, and it comes from a place that is known as Sol Uldar, also known as the Realm Below. It is under the Iron Root Mountains of the Maror Holds. And I am pulling from Exploring Eberron to be able to read a little bit of this section. Because the dwarves, sank their roots into the soil of Corvair. And there are Dakani dirge singers who sing of battles between dwarf and dar that took place in vast halls below the earth. Dakani records, which are even more accurate than those of the dwarves, show that the Dakani encountered dwarves late in the golden age of the Dakani Empire and drove them east, eventually reaching a stalemate. The ancient dwarves lacked the numbers or resources to threaten Dakan, but they established a line below the Iron Root Mountains and held it against countless onslaughts. The Dar didn't really need the territory, and eventually they just decided the effort of conquest wasn't worth the reward, and that is the origin of what the dwarves call Sol Uldor, which is the realm below. So we're talking like, fairly ancient Eberronian history, but also this particular sigil is spoken of at times in whispers because it is a mark of a particular person. And the person, and it's very unclear as to what exactly the form of this person or creature is an ancient, monstrous sage known as Spinweave. Now, Spinweave, it was said, knew everything that there was to know because Spinweave had, according to the legends, consumed the sages that had the knowledge. Spinweave hungered after this knowledge for its own inscrutable purposes, and for centuries lived in Sol Uldar, the realm below, under the Iron Root Mountains of the Maror Holds. There were times when dwarves would seek her counsel on esoteric matters, and that's the whole reason that, that's why you know about the sigil in the dwarves, because it is talking about the fact that they sought knowledge from her. But it always bore a heavy price. Whatever she would give in terms of knowledge was always something that would have to be paid for, and the price was high, whatever that would be. Now, the references that you also have has one particular reference point that's relatively recent, within the last 50 to 75 years or so, which is certainly within a dwarf's lifetime, that what the last expedition to basically try to go and find Spinweave was done by a dwarf from Clan Soldarak. And his name was Rolforor, and that's Rolforror, Rolforor. Rolforor was the leader of Clan Soldarak who led an expedition and supposedly survived that expedition. That is the last, at least according to this book, known contact with anyone who knew Spinweave. It says that he had lived in a place known as Krona Peak. And Krona Peak is basically in the Maror Holds area as well, in that whole same realm below kind of area. So it's a 50-year-old lead, Tantan, but it is a much more direct lead than you might have had otherwise. If they found the sigil of Spinweave, if that's actually what this is, if that's what it would explain why they're going to Maror Holds to consult with the creature that had this sigil. But Spinweave is not to be trifled with. On the other hand, Spinweave, according to the legends, knew almost everything. So, yeah. So that's what you know based on that. And I won't tell you any more about the book pages unless you want to ask me about them. But that's what you know from your study of the sigil.
Basically, since Mary and Rowan was just talking to Nisiana, and she seems not hell-bent, but heck-bent on going over and talking to Ilarion.
I'm walking with a purpose.
That's why I said heck-bent and not hell-bent. So Tanton's basically, as he's flipping through the book and, making his mental yarn board connection thing, and since May is right there, he's kind of explaining all of this and pointing them out to her and whatnot. And so this means that either we have to go to the Maror Holes, which I don't favor that particular trip. And he pulls out a map of Thrain and Brayland and Karnath and everything, and he points way over to this corner of the map, way the hell over here, far off to the northeast, where the Maror Holds are located, past the Mournlands and past the far end of Karnath, out to where the Maror Holds are. On the plus side, I believe we still have access to an airship.
You sure do, by the way. Still floating there where it's been tethered.
How convenient.
Yes.
I look forward to that one being blown up underneath us, too.
Yes,
oh, wait, I can fly this time. Never mind.
Yeah. As long as we don't go over the Mournlands, it should be fine. We have to go the long way around, but then anyone taking the lightning rail would have to make the same trip.
Are we on some kind of timeline, or?
Well, they know that some dwarf in the Maror Holds may very well have the information they are looking for to get access to the to the symbionts below. So if they also know about Soul Ring, he's almost certainly the one that they're going to go to or try to seek out. And we know that he went there to the Maror Holds. So either we go and try to find him, or we get in touch with Hilar and have either him or one of our agents get over there as quickly as possible and secure him.
I have a feeling that we're going to end up doing that just because of our experience already with the Mournland. And I hate to say it, but your knowledge of where we would be headed as well.
And as she says that, he just his eyes just drift over to the pages that are sitting next to him. And he just sort of nods slowly and then looks back towards her. Was there a chest that needed to be opened, I think? So,
Yeah, I think just over there. Yeah.
And he gets up. He starts to reach for the pages to put them into the book that he was looking through, and he just doesn't quite make contact with them before he stops and goes to the chest and breaks out his thieves' tools and starts working on checking for traps.
I will gather Tanton's stuff and make it all pretty with a ribbon around it.
Put a ribbon around it. 2 chests, Tanton. There's a bigger one and a smaller one.
What's it like in Dignity? Oh wait, that's something else.
And which one you want to try to look for first?
great things come in small packages, so let's start with the big one.
All right, let me have you make an investigation check on that one, please. Oh, wait, what did you say? The big one? Aha! Yes, investigation, please.
He did. Made me almost snort my drink.
Saw that.
You almost got me.
Almost. Next time.
Next time.
12.
Perfectly safe.
What was that for?
That was the big one you said. You were checking for traps, you said, on the...
Which would involve my thieves' tools, right?
Yes. So, well, you were... Well, the investigation check... Now you can do the thieves' tools one. Because the thieves' tools really is going to be more for the lock picking. And if it needs to be. In fact, I can tell you before I use the thieves' tools that the big one is not actually locked. For what that's worth.
Okay.
Still could have been trapped, though. You can trap an unlocked chest.
You could.
I don't know, ward, fireball, whatever.
You could think.
You could, yeah. Exactly.
Now, that does bring up a good point. You are here. Yes, up to 10 minutes. So, looking at I had detect magic up when we finished that fight. And so it probably still going. So do I see any magic on these chests?
On the small one, yes.
Okay.
Evocation.
Okay.
Also, the wand and the jug were on top of the larger one, which would have moved before he started working on it. But if he's got the
you put
magic
the jug
up,
because it's okay. It's kind of a curved top. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but that's fine. I was
careful,
like a weeble wobble.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm still watching him. He goes through it like.
Yeah, so the wand would definitely be producing a little bit of magic for sure. Not the jug.
Interesting.
Okay, so are you then moving the things off that big trunk to open it, or once you've determined these things?
I'm not. No, I'm
Okay.
basically just saying that one's not magic, not trapped, and not blocked. And then I'm moving to the smaller one and beginning my check for this one.
Yes, I want an investigation check from this. This one you can do an advantage, though, because the detect magic will help a little bit.
Okay. That is not the right thing. Let's go with cancel.
Voices, but I do. Can't help.
I don't do voices.
Voices in this economy, in these troubled times?
Yeah, really.
Okay.
He's 26.
Okay. Yes, and now you understand where the magic might be coming from, at least externally, because you're almost positive that the small chest has a glyph of warding, which has been drawn onto it. And that means probably trapped.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Well, this one will be a bit more of a problem.
Move you off somewhere perhaps not quite so damaging if something were to happen?
Well, something were to happen to what? Whoever's
chest
opening it or what's inside it?
Both, either.
Right. Well, if it explodes at all, we run too great a risk of what's inside it.
I mean, I would be concerned about the one opening it in that case, too.
I could do this a fair distance away. Magic, but dispelling this would be more of a problem. That's not something I know.
We haven't seen Rowan actually dispel magic, have we? I don't recall.
You've seen him counterspell, but not.
I'm assuming I didn't because I was busy zombie smashing. I wasn't really paying attention to the other elements.
I mean, those of us who have seen the counterspell would make the assumption of dispel, but like I said, I'm walking with the purpose towards Valerian, so
I can cast shatter on it if that helps.
No.
That would certainly solve the problem.
First solution, shatter!
I give you a little smile, Tanton, and I shrug.
Gonna make an omelet,
Without blowing up some chests.
Weird
Blowing
help.
up at the camp.
I am just standing about idly while all of these things are happening. So if somebody just wanted to ask me, they could.
I was just going to say, so Rowan,
Yeah?
do you know how to dispel magic from objects?
You see Rowan just look at his arm, pull out sunshine.
Oh no.
And blow the trunk away. No, just kidding.
How come I couldn't do that?
You don't have a gun.
sorry, Brent.
Good point.
I am going to. Hey, I have a 6th level spell slot. Grant. In an attempt to answer the question as if I don't know what this means, I'm just gonna cast a 6th level dispel magic in the direction that you point me towards.
Okay.
I love wild magic spells. I love wild magic sorcerers.
Which reminds me, did we, with those disintegrates, did we ever do, because we didn't, did we?
Oh, I may have been a frog the whole time I was talking to you.
We did not.
We did
Yeah,
not.
we did not. That's
All right,
true.
so we're gonna have a
I owe
total of
you
3 rolls.
3
Yeah, yep.
rolls,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Well, do the 2 rolls first, okay? Let's do the 2 rolls like leading up to it. I'm gonna have to think about how I want to ex post facto this, so but we'll see. I'm not gonna jinx anything right now.
1d20, yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, maybe I'll be enlarged for it.
If
8.
Okay.
if Fifely were here, he could just cast Speak with Animals and everything would be fine.
Yeah.
He's not here.
Okay, so 8's fine.
15.
15 also fine. Great. That's good. I kind of didn't want to adjudicate that, so I'm glad that worked out that way.
Didn't you say
Now
you owed him-
you can go crazy with the wild magic
Didn't
search.
you say you owed him 3?
Yeah, but the third one is going to come now after
Oh, I
the
see. Okay.
after this
Right.
this dispel magic.
Well,
So I have
If-
now dispelled magic, 6th level.
Okay. On the thing, I assume you're pointing him in the direction, Tantin, of the
No.
the. Oh, you're not.
no. In fact, if Rowan starts to point sunshine at the thing, Kent is going to put his hand in front of the. Answer the question verbally, please.
I think so, question mark. The gun has been very good at making sure other people's magical stuff does not happen.
No.
I just want you to be careful not to disenchant anything within the chest. Only the trap on the chest. The glyph of warding on the chest.
Oh ho! I point at the glyph of warding. Dispel magic.
Okay.
Bang, 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 bang.
So the glyph, which was previously invisible, flares, and then, as if you were watching it being drawn out, erases in reverse. So you can see like the sort of motions of it as it's, and then the last little bit vanishes like dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. So the chest
Excellent.
is now
Thank you.
free of the glyph.
Very
Well,
nicely done.
certainly was.
And Tantin will grab his thieves' tools and set to work.
Okay. I will take a thieves' tools check then in this case. Because I think you can just click on the thing.
You've got this, Tantin. Get us something nice and shiny. You got a D10 of inspiration in case you need it.
Okay.
So do I owe you another wild magic?
Oh
roll
yes,
now?
while he's doing that, the wild magic search.
Uh-oh.
the
wild
closest
magic
person, the closest person to you has pot holders on his hands. Like, God.
Ooh.
Oh, close, but
Ooh,
not
close.
quite a cigar. Close though.
Use your.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen
Take
at
one
some point.
or add a D4 and take one off.
Yep. All right.
This entire time, it's only happened once.
That's right. What a time it
So-
was, though.
21.
yeah.
I might as well
Maybe
add a
I'll
plus
again.
10.
Yeah. Okay.
Why not?
I mean,
Do your best.
26.
So 26. Yes.
Think
that-
shiny.
you hear a sort of and then the trunk unlocks. And as you open it, inside is a very curious and some might even say disturbing item, which I have a handout for.
Oh no.
We're just full of handouts today.
It's
session,
another
man.
oracle.
I'm all about that. Let's see. Well, actually, you know what? Before I give you the Oh no, actually, well, no, I take that back. Let me describe the outside of it first, and then I'll actually show you the handout that talks about the inside. So when you open up,
It's the undead form of Nimble.
Yeah, exactly. Inside this trunk is only one item, and it is a large book. It is, or a tome, I might even say. Except the tome, you can feel a slight chill off of it even as you look at it. And as you are looking at it, Tantin, you hear a...
Oh.
It seems to be whispering faintly. What's disturbing about it, though, isn't those things, although that might be disturbing. What's disturbing is the fact that the cover, which at first you think is sort of leather, you can see that the spine of the book seems to be a literal spine. It literally has fittings of bone on it. And the leather doesn't look like animal skin, you don't think.
Oh, the Necronomicon. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This thing is almost certainly a necromancer's spellbook, if you had to guess. And
Care and feeding of undead horses, obviously.
And probably enormously powerful.
Klaatu brought a necktie. Nickel.
I more or less said them. But yeah.
You know, said absolutely every syllable correctly. Right, and he just closes it. It's like, that is not for me.
Yeah. So it is a spell book, and I don't actually want to make the handout available until someone decides that they want to try to use it one way or the other. Until then, yeah, I was gonna say simply the description.
Wait! Don't we get to look at the appearance and see just how baneful it actually is? I'm a little disappointing you, Arv.
And we set it on fire.
I have an internal description, not an external description.
Oh.
I gave you the external description.
Do I know how to destroy a spell book? Particularly a powerful spell book?
Disintegrate might do it.
Disintegrate, the cure for what ails you.
Oh, I guess it'd be looking this way, actually.
Yeah, I will. I'll look to Rowan since he's right there because he just got rid of the glyph of warding. I'll be like, that spell book. It could power some necromancer against us at some point, unless you find a use for it. Perhaps, if you have any spells left, or any desire to use another disintegrate, that might be a good use for it.
I don't have any more disintegrate, sadly.
Well,
I wanted you to stare at Nisiano, though, while you walked up to it. Just be like, walk up slowly with the finger of death exposed.
Well, we can bring it with us and destroy it.
I wonder. I kind of walk up to the book, just like idly, and
Walk casual.
The chest is closed. You would have
Yeah,
to
I was gonna
open
say
it.
you have to open it.
yeah.
Okay.
I open the chest. While this is happening, I do think I spent my last 3 sorcery points on a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay.
Just to see what would happen if I fireball the book.
Nice.
Fireball the book?
Yes.
As in
How close are you to this book?
Does it matter with Rowan?
I pick up the chest, I walk away with the chest back.
Okay.
But
I thought you walked up and you're like,
vicinity
wow.
of the
It's like, okay. I was like, all right. Okay. All right. Well, you can certainly do that. Let's see. Fireball, huh? Okay, so you walk outside. Yeah, I didn't ask how big the room is. He didn't ask how big the room is. If you move outside the camp and put the thing down, and then sort of back up, a considerable distance, and fireball the thing. That's an excellent question. Let me see.
That would be why he asked it.
Yes. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yes. Right.
See, that's
helpful.
on the calculated damage of a nuke did come in.
Super
Mind
useful.
you, Fireball rolls for damage, and the GM hasn't asked me to do that yet. And yet, the GM is ruling, and that is how you know something bad is going to happen.
Oh my god.
Right. Okay, so
Okay. Do I have a revivify still?
Rowan, so Rowan, where exactly are you on the map?
Right. I'm going to say that I took it to around here.
And I am currently over with Alarian. Okay.
Probably not entirely paying attention.
Okay,
Whether
so
you
there's
not
that.
burn the command post, the command tent down.
Okay.
Well, you know, these things, they do happen.
I think these nice dry scrub bush trees out here should be useful for that.
Yeah, can't possibly be a problem there.
So there is a massive explosion. And Rowan, you see on the, first of all of you sort of, I imagine, we're like, what the hell? To see Rowan silhouetted against the fireball. Just to be clear, I want to make sure that was all badass there.
Walking away slowly. Yep,
yes.
Exactly.
As the fire dies down, Rowan, you can see there is an object at the center of it which is still smoldering. Now,
and screaming.
Right. Yeah. Smoldering. Now you could walk over to it if you wish. It's not like it. You don't know what condition it's in. Basically, the fireball is cleared. So I mean, other than the fact that a lot of things there's like little raining down of like little bits of sparks and embers and so on from things.
Mm-hmm. I picked it up with mage hand.
Okay.
Okay.
So when you pick it up, and it's heavy, so you're just able to pick it up with Mage Hand, but you can see that it looks like a lot of the pages in the middle have been scorched and burned, and perhaps even the cover / skin of this thing has slightly melted.
Oh.
So it looks like you're looking at a burned skin cover book with some scorched pages, which has clearly been damaged but not destroyed.
I'm beginning to become very annoyed by the idea that simple physical objects can't just be lit on fire.
Miri is
I mean, you
behind
did light it
pretty
on
much
fire a
making-
little bit. Sorry, go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, Miri is behind you pretty much like and trying not to smell what I'm sure is a fantastic
Oh,
smell.
yeah, lovely.
Actually, I will tell you, burning human skin actually smells like a barbecue. It actually probably smells pretty good.
But it was
Except
already
evil.
Yeah, it was already like undead for a while, so I'm thinking that adds like a certain layer, like the freshness of the
Certain
meat matters
tang.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certain tang going on there.
Well, grand. So I guess we only have 3 choices. Bring this with us like we actually care about keeping it. Carry it as far as the next place we think that we can actually destroy it. Or leave it for someone more careless than we are to find.
No, we should bring it with us and destroy it. I don't think
Cool.
stabbing it will help.
At the very least, we take it to Mother Johanna.
Can I
Yeah.
open the book?
Sure. You could if you wish.
I put the book down and I open it. It is still very far away from me.
Are you doing it with the Mage Hand?
Yes.
Okay. Also, Fireball, so I should get another wild surge from you, right?
I owe you 2.
2?
I still haven't done the wild magic surge for the initial dispel magic.
Oh,
The
that's
first
right.
two that I
Yeah.
were-
Okay.
yeah.
So give me 2, please. I forgot about that. Yep. Oh, man.
I don't have anything that will deal with this.
4.
Okay. All right. It would be hilarious if this is when the wild magic surge happens. Your fireball is quintupled in, strength.
16.
Nah, okay. All right.
Cool.
So yes, when you open it, there's a sort of unfortunate squishing sound as melted cover / whatever is on it is opened. So there are, first of all, the inside pages have not been destroyed, although the outer edges are scorched. And this is indeed a wizard's spell book, Rowan. It is, however, a spell book that has some particular reputation. I'd like you to make an Arcana check for me, but I will ask you to do this at advantage insofar as you are a sorcerer. And you may have heard of this, even though you don't go in for this particular kind of book learning, but still.
Arcana 18.
You're pretty sure that what you've discovered, hey Emily, you're pretty sure that what you, and hi Dark Stillsbork, has the ominous whispering changed. Yes, now it's, oh god damn it, that was really bad. No, it doesn't do that. Just kidding. It's still good. It's still whispering. It has not changed. You're pretty sure, Rowan, that you were looking at a now somewhat scorched Librum of Souls and Flesh. This is a specific magic necromantic item, and now I will show you the handout for this.
Gosh,
So
please.
the thing about this, as I have now shown it, is that the book has a set of spells in it. First of all, Animate Death, Circle of Death, False Life, Finger of Death, if you're noticing a theme here, Speak with
A little
Dead,
bit,
Summon
a little
Undead,
bit.
Vampiric Touch. You can use it as a spellcasting focus for, or wizards can use it as a spellcasting focus for wizard spells. If you spend a minute studying the book, you can use one of the charges of the book to replace one of your wizard spells with a different spell from the book. And as an action, you can expend a charge to take on a semblance of undeath for 10 minutes. So for the duration, you take on a deathly appearance, and undead creatures are indifferent to you unless you damage them. You also appear undead to all outward inspection and to spells used to determine the target's status. And the effect ends again if you deal damage or force a creature to make a saving throw. There are also these other spells that are wizard spells. Bestow Curse, Bigby's Hand, Blight, Blindness, Deafness, Cloud Kill, Dimension Door, Mage Armor, Ray of Enfeeblement, Ray of Sickness, Stone Skin, Vampiric Touch, and Web. This is a very well-known and very, fair to say, evil item. And it's not just for aesthetics that it has what is clearly skin as the cover of this particular book. Also, I don't think sorcerers are capable of being attuned to this specifically. Although I guess if you were like, you know what, I've decided to go down a different path, then I guess you could go down that route. But the Librum of Souls and Death is what my friends call me. I see, Drew.
Because the conditions under which I would know this information is technically mostly as a charlatan. Do I know how much the book would be worth?
A lot to the right buyer, thousands of gold.
Does it drop if it's burnt? Does it matter to anybody?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like
Well-used
well
copy.
used. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Is a Gibson guitar played by Clapton going to drop in value even if it's messed up a little bit? No. I mean, geez, no.
Yeah, I'm right there. Can I kind of get an idea of what Rowan might be thinking?
I mean, if you want to make an insight check on Rowan,
Money,
and is
money,
Rowan
money,
trying?
money!
Is Rowan deceiving? Rowan, are you trying to deceive?
Through the link, all you're hearing is Rowan saying, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!"
Yeah.
Cha-ching!
I get insight at advantage just as a reminder. 27, natural 20.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Rowan, are you trying to deceive?
I am actually perfectly candid about it. It just means that Mary May picks up on this before I actually say anything aloud. You get the impression very immediately that I'm suddenly very curious and excited. And you're like, is this because Rowan is being corrupted by no, I just saw lots of dollar signs. Purely.
I'll ping you mentally and I'll go, Rowan, because I was keeping watch, so I saw that Nisiana and him were having a chat. And I didn't hear, but I can imagine. I know my sister well enough. I'd be like, Rowan, maybe now's not the time to think about dollar values with evil spells.
I mean, yes, fine. And this is the part where I actually say this aloud. I can think of a handful of mobsters who would really like to have this book. Suffice it to say that simply the ability to conceal your life essence for a couple of minutes saves you a lot of time in gunfights. But this book is very dangerous. Even for the amount of gold that it would be worth, and to be fair, this is worth the kind of money that would ensure you never actually have to work for the Citadel another day in your life. It is not worth selling. But it's also very difficult to destroy now that I've discovered what it is. We need to figure out whether this is worth the risk of actually having to solve our other problem, which is, of course, the Emerald Claw would have this. And being undead would have solved our problems with the Emerald Claw the last time we were trapped in the same room with them. Are any of you comfortable with briefly being a zombie?
I'm not sure how it would impact my connection with the Corey, so I'm not sure that I would. I'd have to speak to my mentor about that, but I'm not sure I would risk it.
I'm pretty sure that effect you're describing isn't going to work on me. I've never seen
Yes.
an undead one of my kind.
Do you have a soul? I have no idea what the actual metaphysics of being a zombie
has a
are.
soul.
It's complicated, but the short answer is yes.
Are we going to handwive me and Alarian's little conversation about collateral damage?
Oh, no. We need to have that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we can have that. Although I would. Well, yeah, yes, you can have it. Yes.
We can have that on the way back. We can have that on the way back to town. We're not gonna have it this minute.
Okay, we can have that on the way back to town.
Mm-hmm.
And even if Nisiana didn't answer the question about whether Alarian has a soul, Tanton would have absolutely nodded.
Yeah, he
Oh,
got.
how nice. The large
Is
chest.
being undead about having a soul or being made of meat? You're like, if I were an academic, this would be utterly fascinating to me. The only thing that matters to me is that this is worth so much money we can never have.
Hey,
Life
Greg,
is full of choices.
do I know some way of basically destroying a antithetical to me and my clericness object?
Yes, there are several ways. There are rituals that can destroy it. There are that are usually a combination of both magic and also religious blessing, right? That is designed to destroy it. But it has to be done by. Oh, also dragon fire could melt it. So that should be fine. You believe. However, that you would need a very sort of senior figure to be able to do this. Rowan wasn't lying about the part that the fact that the Emerald Claw has this. Now, the Emerald Claw, as you all know, worked with necromantic things before. It's not surprising, but this is not like I picked a few up at my local Walmart, right, or the equivalent of it. These are extraordinarily rare. They are overwhelmingly expensive and obviously are banned by any sort of good peoples or good nations, etc. So they're very hard to destroy on purpose, right? They're not, it took a great feat of magic and of evil and sacrifice, by the way, to form this book in the first place. That Jazal had this book is a symbol both of her own authority and power and all that, but also that's a lot of money for the Emerald Claw to put out on something like this.
So basically at this point, we're not talking Mother Johanna. We're talking more like the voice of the Silver Flame to help.
That's right.
Fuck. I mean, damn it. Another dangerous thing we can't leave around.
I think we could leave it with Mother Johanna for a short time if we had to.
Anywhere on this continent that is so deep that no one would ever venture into it.
No.
You just put this and
no. Someone in the Emerald Claw knows she had this.
Oh,
all they have to do is scry on it and they'll find it.
And I will bet you tuppence that Aurelian Karnak is somehow linked into all this.
I would even venture as to say that ownership of this book is itself entry into one or another room that we would absolutely need to enter at some point.
Oh, you mean
That someone verifies that they're a member of the Emerald Claw by being able to present it.
do we have to go into another evil temple?
Not just
I hope not.
present it. You would need to be able to prove that you could use it.
I can do necromantic spells.
Are you a wizard?
Oh,
It's only for wizards. None of us are wizards.
no.
But I can use it.
You have a lot of anger in you, Neotantan.
Can you put vampiric touch in my... You know what? I'm not going to ask you.
That is the kind of thing that such a artifact would use against you. I'm not saying don't do it. I am saying
I don't want to. I'm just saying none of us, except for me, would be able to utilize it at all.
it's true.
So destroying it would be the next logical option. Why keep something around that, as pointed out, if Emerald Claw hierarchy scries it, knows we have it, and therefore their cell is dead, thereby causing us trouble. And by destroying it, we remove this evil artifact from the world entirely, which, to me, is win-win.
I agree. I think we should just destroy it. It's a dangerous item, and we have enough dangerous items under our care already. We don't need
So
more.
there are things to consider.
The
I'm
challenge
all
is...
for destroying it. But we are in the gray, and if we use that amount of power. Wait, are we in the gray?
Well, no, we're not in the
yet.
gray
Not
yet.
in the gray.
Inside
We're just outside
No,
of salvation. We haven't entered the gray yet, thankfully.
Yeah.
The primary challenge, very obviously, is so long as we have it until it is destroyed, we potentially just have a target on our backs for free.
What if we put it in the bag of holding? Wouldn't that cut the connection with the... No.
The bag of holding was nixed when I
Oh, yeah.
enchanted your weapon.
Also, I
Right.
don't want to have to think about what happens when you put
you need
a
to give
book
up my
that is
ring to
alive
make
in a
another?
bag of holding.
I can give up my ring to for us to do another bag of holding. If that would cut the connection.
It would. That would put it on a demi-plane where they wouldn't be able to scribe.
If we have to take care of this thing until we can destroy it, it is better that they cannot track us through it.
You know what?
While the ring has been very useful, it is a tool. And if we need a different tool to protect us.
Nope.
Don't.
I mean, we could talk to Mother Johanna and see if she has a better idea. Or
Greg,
Yeah.
is it possible by any means to check how powerful a spell like Dispel Magic would have to be in order to destroy this book?
Wouldn't be able to do it with just Dispel Magic.
I
You'd
have
have
Dispel Good and Evil, but
You'd have to. It essentially is a combination of spells, which includes Dispel Magic and which includes I think it's protection. It's some version of protection from evil, essentially, combined with ritual religious blessing, and then depending on the level of who enchanted something like this in the first place, a couple of very high level clerics. Now, admittedly, Nisiana is a level 14 cleric. That's pretty freaking high level. But you'd need a couple of you doing this, and it would take probably 24 hours to do that. I mean, so just be aware that it would take a while and would take a few spells. And as I say, it's a mix of magic and it is still, with all of that, a little dangerous. Now, having said that, I'm not going to say that and it would destroy you utterly. You can destroy things like this, but it does take quite a bit to do it. So yes. But you are all level 14. You're pretty, you're getting up there on the levels.
what happens if I conjure Celestial and ask them to destroy it?
That's interesting.
Because I still have that spell slot, and I can do that thing.
I'm
Here,
I'm
well,
amused because of a previous encounter.
Really?
Involving Celestials.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
I mean,
interesting. You know
let
what,
me-
Nisiana? I'd say that's maybe.
I'm gonna do a submit just so you can read it.
Okay.
I'm not doing it, but
And whereas Greg said it would take like 24 hours to destroy this thing, it's 24 uninterrupted
Yes,
hours.
that's right.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
ritual and casting and
I
we
get
always have 24
cranky.
uninterrupted hours.
and since this thing is rare, it's build is rare. Tanton could make one of these things, but it would take him probably close to a year without doing anything else, and he would have to have all of the ingredients there and ready to go
To make this, you're saying, like,
to make one of these.
right? Yeah.
But maybe he may not have access to all of those spells, and just having like scrolls of them, he couldn't transfer them from scroll to the book. He wouldn't be able to do that. Well, not in the 2014 rules. In the 2024 rules, yes, he could do that.
Okay. So let me take a
Never
look
mind.
just quickly at. Let me just check one thing quickly to see.
Basically, we're doing the equivalent of guarding our back trail, because now we have a giant nuclear bomb or the keys to one, and we can't just leave it. So we have to destroy it, banish it, do something with it.
Because anybody who scries on it, what they're going to get is Protocol 3 activated.
Basically, yes. Which is why I'm like, well, I could do that, or I could talk.
This
to a
Librum of Magic and Flesh is overdue at the Emerald Claw Library. If found, please return to.
Or you will face a
possible
fine of $1.
I could
And your
send
immortal
to
soul.
Voice of
Oh,
the
sorry.
Flame and ask for assistance.
Did you say that last one again?
I could send to the Voice of the Flame and ask for assistance so that Jella?
Kid. The kid we saved.
The 11-year-old.
Oh,
Yeah.
Her.
Jayla.
Jayla.
Yes.
J-Lo.
No, not
Jayla.
J-Lo.
Jella could help me destroy this book. It's like,
Yes.
can I talk to Mother
And
Yes.
Johanna?
Yes.
as soon as you contact her, she replies, but bring it to me. Okay, no.
it's my precious. No, you
Yeah,
can.
suddenly I'm seeing the Lady Galadriel. Instead, you will have a Dark Queen.
Yeah, exactly. Beauty. Okay, now while these Librams are quite rare and powerful, I don't want to actually suggest that they are, world-destroying items. They're not quite at that
They're
level.
not legendary. They're
Yeah,
not
exactly.
artifacts.
So
There are no Oracle of War, for example.
yeah, no, exactly. None of you thought about that. Why don't you just take it, put it in a room with the Oracle of War, wait for the
No.
screaming to stop?
No,
it should be fine.
No, we do not feed the evil artifact in the Oracle of War.
Just kidding. But
I don't know. I think that's not a bad idea.
I
So
think that's
roll
a
it up.
terrible idea.
what I would say, Nisiana, is that the celestial thing is interesting. I would say that it's possible, but that when you summon a celestial, there is an element of randomness a bit to it in terms of the being that you summon is friendly to you and will obey within limits commands. But you can't ask ahead of time, hey, if I summon you, will you help me destroy an artifact of evil? Like, they might do that, and they would need to be high enough level, by the way, to do that. Or they might do something with it like, I can take it back with me to my heavenly plane, whereupon it would be obliterated. So you might be able to do that, but depending on what you get when you summon the celestial, they are beings that have some agency. So it is conceivable they might be like, no, mortal, you must go upon a quest. You don't totally know what they would do. You could also, of course, contact, as you said, you could contact the head of Thrain, the keeper of the Silver Flame, who certainly ought to be high enough level or be connected with those who could do it. or at least could be doing it while you and your party are dealing with the rest of the stuff. Because I also didn't know if you wanted to be hanging out for 24 hours doing this while whatever is going on elsewhere.
Well, there's a small issue of how do we get it to her to destroy?
Airship. We have the airship.
We can throw it on the airship and send it to her?
Or Rowan, since he's been there, can teleport us there too, right?
Yeah, Rowan can
teleport anywhere you've
teleport us.
been, correct?
I don't know.
But Rowan is low on magic, though.
Well, we sleep first. We're not gonna. Okay, folks, we
Yes,
don't need to
one,
do
I
this.
would
We
have to
don't
sleep,
need to
and
do
two-
this minute.
No, but if we
Yes.
sleep,
It's
though,
not that urgent.
no, but if we sleep, disintegrate would probably work on it. So Rowan could just disintegrate the sucker in the morning.
Again, yeah, this is not a thing.
Which
we have
is
to
more
tackle.
valuable than the alternative, because I'm pretty sure the text of teleport implies I can take all of you or an object where I'm going.
Pretty sure you can carry a book and take us.
Okay, how about we do this? We finish up here, we rest in the morning. Rowan uses his ability to his improved sunshine and doubles disintegrates this evil artifact. And if he cannot do it, I will send to Jayla
Hello.
and ask her for assistance. Does that sound like a plan?
Works. That works. Definitely. I mean, we do have a very nice camp here.
I do not want to stay in the camp of the Emerald Claw.
There are piles of meat and organs over there.
Well,
Why don't
I was planning on burning those before we left.
You may not have a sense of smell, but the rest of us.
why don't
Also,
we head
it's
back?
probably just generally unwise to stay in a place where we have already confirmed necromantic magical objects have been
Mm,
just laying around for hours.
Mhm.
there.
Nisiana points to Rowan and that.
Why don't we head back and report to Halar and discuss our next steps and where we're going to go after this? We need rest anyways, and the morning will bring hopefully wisdom we currently lack.
We have something to carry the artifact with.
Actually, I was
touching
gonna.
it.
Yeah, I was actually gonna get a cart together with any food they have for the town, the artifact, and also. Arv, you said the lights are coming from these ever flame like lanterns?
Ever bright lanterns, yes. Some
Yeah,
of
I'm
which are
gonna-
lying on the ground now, but yeah.
I'm gonna grab one of those. 'Cause
Okay.
I can't see in the dark.
Okay.
So yeah, but actually the plan was, hey, and it's true. I am gonna actually get the bodies on a pile and burn at least the victims, those who are left.
Okay.
If we're taking food back, I am absolutely purifying food and water on the whole thing.
I'm sure
And
it's
when you say that,
fine.
when you say that, Alaria looks at you. Oh wait, no, you all actually ate and drank except for Tanton. And
You know what?
I look at you like, well, you're all fine.
That
but-
doesn't mean that they
That's
have,
not exactly. Flame. The
we haven't
undead
fallen over
horses,
yet. We might.
The undead horses, I'm going to leave. Those can disintegrate naturally because whatever.
Mm.
They probably already are, as a matter of fact. Cool. Okay. I will need a leather sack for the lantern or something to, when I want to hide it.
Okay.
But that is neat, and I will take one because yes,
Okay.
absolutely. I'll guesstimate that at like 3 pounds.
Are you taking anything else with you? There was the big
Oh,
trunk
large-
and
yeah.
also the weird jug thing.
Well, the large chest. While everyone was talking, I was kind of rifling through that. Anything of import?
There are meticulously folded cloaks and sort of shirts and tunics and things like that in here.
My first thought is burn it, but my second thought, glancing at Rowan, is we might be able to use them.
Any like high sigil of office or anything that would, hey, I'm a red level emerald cloak or
Not
a
that
green
you-
level or whatever.
not that
Even
you find.
obvious. Sigma,
Already
whatever.
ensign uniforms.
Yeah. You find a note, Fisher Price, my first Emerald Claw cultist robe. No,
That's
right.
None of that.
So then the jug, if I tip it back and forth, does it sound like something's inside?
Yes,
Doesn't
What
sound
you-
liquid.
definitely a liquid.
Rattle,
Okay.
rattle, rattle. But you said it didn't radiate as magic.
Correct.
No, it could be blood. It could be just blood.
Is it a thick liquid or
It does
Can we
seem to
discover
be
the
a fairly.
viscosity?
It's basically eggnog, is what I'm saying. No, it has. It's delicious. No, it is a sort of. It seems like you hear it, but It's not thin. You would guess it's a kind of viscous liquid, although you'd have to open it to be sure.
Yay, blood. I'm so confident that that's blood.
And how is it closed? Like wax sealed?
Yes.
Metal sealed? Just a cork?
Wax
Is wax sealed.
Yep.
I'm going to give it to Rowan because I've lost interest. It's nothing I can really have or use or want. So there. So do with it what you will.
Maybe it's bone broth for that skeleton guy. You never know.
Literal human bone broth.
Well, you know.
So Rowan now has the jug. Yes.
Hilarion, you very patiently asked the question. Why do I have this?
Because I do not want it anymore. And someone should open it to verify its contents. But that someone is not going to be me. You can feel free to hand it off to someone else. You do not have to keep it. You're under no obligation.
Right.
I wouldn't just necessarily smash it against the ground, though. Someone went to a lot of care to preserve what is inside. Perhaps it's useful. I see no purpose for me to have it, though. Besides,
I
they hold
look
up
at
the lantern.
the jug.
I have my lantern.
Very brief. Like I look at the jug, and very briefly, I am like so perplexed by that thing. So like I've watched a lot of hypnosis videos, and suffice it to say that there is this like running things among very talented hypnotists where the easiest way to prime someone to be suggestible is to just hand them something or trigger an otherwise incongruent conversation. So like in this moment, Ilarion hands me the jug, and I am so perplexed by the idea that they went out of their way to tell me they don't need it. Someone should open the thing that I am like just this close to just instinctively opening the jug because I've been ordered to open the jug.
Nisiana is not. If he looks like he's coming anywhere near drinking it, she is tackling him.
Doesn't sound like he's in the drinking mode.
No. I'm like. So I should find out what's in
suggestion.
The thing,
like,
right?
oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Is there? How can I determine what is in this jug? So like that's happening. My hand is on the thing, and then I go. You know what? Mage hand, move the jug to the chest. Close the chest. Open the jug.
Oh, the mage hand is still inside the chest.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, you can do that. The mage hand opens it.
Right. Do things come roiling out?
No.
Is it full of?
Well, I mean, you don't see it because the mage hand you do not see through the mage hand, but nothing comes boiling out of the chest or blows up or anything like that.
If it makes you feel better, Rowan, I can't speak with it with my mind.
That's actually good news. I walk up to the chest, open the chest, and look at the jug.
All right, so I have a question. How many of you had in high school a biology class where you were asked to dissect something? Did any of you have to do that? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I am so glad. I'm so pleased that in Trinidad and Tobago people don't do that wretched kind of business. I don't know why I need to learn what the inside of a frog looks like as a high schooler.
Yeah.
That sounds horrid.
Those of us who are Americans of a certain generation, and we're all in the ballpark, had to do this. And there is a smell from formaldehyde that has a distinctive, sour, and disturbing odor. And that is exactly what this smells like. You think, Rowan, that based on the smell, that this is some kind of potent embalming fluid, if you had to guess, used to preserve bodies. Now, one thing I want to finish quickly, Nisiana, is the one that, mostly it's just used to do that. And, if you all are feeling like, we were missing a jug of embalming fluid. Well, your ship has come in. But I do have to say, exactly. But I do have to say that there is another use. There is something else about embalming fluid, which is that it is exceedingly flammable. And if you were to use it on something, it basically is like alchemist's fire. With a horrific smell. I'm just saying.
As a healer who's worked in such places as trauma wards, would absolutely know this.
Yes, you would, for sure. Yep.
Like,
100%.
we could pour this on the book and set it on fire.
Counterpoint. We could pour this on the book and light it on fire, and all we'll have is a book that is always on fire.
Because it's now healed.
No, okay, so if it is what I think it is, the formaldehyde, it is like alchemist's fire. It might overcome the magic or the protections. In either case, burning the formaldehyde and probably a viscera that's in it is also probably still a good thing. So it can't hurt to try. Put the book in there, pour the jug on it, set the whole thing on fire.
I mean, that sounds like fun to me.
Works for me. The book is still in the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is.
The jug is on top of the book. I firebolt the jug and close the chest.
Okay. Wow. All right. So you do that.
Like a bomb goes
Yeah.
over the chest as soon as
Well,
I
no.
close
What
it.
happens instead is
Poor chest.
smoke begins to sort of foul smelling. I mean, horrifically foul smelling smoke begins to billow out of the
Thank God I don't
sides of the
smell.
chest, right? And it smells like burning embalmed skin, which is
Oh,
not great.
Prestidigitation.
smell.
It now smells like lavender.
That is going to be I
Hard
don't know.
limits to
Yeah,
prestidigitation.
I was going to
No.
say like.
Just under my nose, then.
It now smells
Luciana's
like
nose.
burning skin lavender. With it just a
That cast is a 6th level spell.
yeah, exactly. So it continues to burn, and after a while, and it depends on how long you're just going to look at this, because it probably is about a half hour. This doesn't burn super fast. So after about a half hour, you hear a lot of bloop, 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 like, the sound of bubbling inside the chest. The smoke
Given it
dissipates.
cover 3rd degree burns.
The smoke dissipates.
Real quick, Arv, since we're waiting that long, I did want to go in, because I know soldiers and other people, I did want to go in and toss the bedding of all the beds, just to make sure there was nothing, like, secured in them or anything.
There is not.
Like they're sleeping with their knives under their
Hey, one
Yeah,
never knows.
exactly.
Just checking.
Yeah, no, nothing there.
All right.
So now it's just this, chest that has a terrible smell about
Mage
it.
hand open the chest.
So what you see inside the chest now is the inside of the chest is largely destroyed. It is scorched. The wood is melted, and you can see that floating. I shouldn't say floating because there's none of it left. It would burn off. Just on the top of the on the bottom of the chest, the jug itself basically is sort of, I guess you could say, just sort of broken apart, more or less. There's just some pieces
Shattered.
of jug on the ground, on the bottom of the
Smoldering
chest.
shards.
And with a slight burning, you can see flames playing across its surface, is the cover of the Librum of Souls and Flesh. The smell is horrific. And now there is a delightful flame effect on the cover of the Librum of Souls and Flesh.
no, it's still not destroyed.
No.
Cool. So now, not only does it still exist, now it's in an even worse condition to carry.
And it smells worse.
Rand.
It's great.
Not it.
This is pleasant. I've now gone from terribly unwilling to carry this on my own person to very eager to just decide who gets to carry it on their person instead.
I
will
can
carry it.
dimension door that thing right back to where we need it to be in salvation.
I should probably alert Halar before that happens.
Are you going to Halar or are you going to Mother Johanna?
Who do we like least?
We should go to Halar first because he might have
Noted.
access to other
If we-
people that can. I mean, okay, we're still doing the disintegrate thing to the
the
universe. I
morning.
really hope that works.
Mhm.
But at the same time, we're going to go back to Halar's first. And if the disintegrate doesn't work, then either we do the voices over flame, or Halar might know of people who are able to handle this thing, and we can
would
pass it
be,
off to him.
It's good training for Halar to stay ready for any surprises, including me popping up in his house with a very stinky necromantic book of
Flesh book.
spells.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's good for him. He enjoys those surprises.
Funny
They
thing
keep him
happened
alive.
on the way to the cultist, Hilar. You'll
Does-
never guess.
Mia Tanton or Rowan, is there anything else you think we could do to this book to make it, I don't know, even more terrible before we drop it into Halar's lap?
I mean, if we do, no one want to open it because it's just so terribly, awfully, what you call smelly, I guess.
I think this is just enough, thank you. I haven't known you all very long. I think getting you, I think being on the poor greases of your own handler is a bad way to continue conducting your business. So maybe
I think Halar. Okay, actually, with Halar,
I've known Halar a long time. I am looking forward to seeing this. I am doing this.
and can you take one of us with you to make sure everything happens okay?
I think so, as long as you're willing. It's gonna. I mean, I feel bad doing it to any of you because I don't know if when we dimensioned or if like the stench will somehow become more powerful. But if you want to come, I mean,
How many can you take with you?
only one, I believe. Here, let me just double check.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah.
I think Mia Tanton, maybe?
Just remember to tell him about the sending someone or himself to the Roar Holds.
Would you like to come with me, Mia Tanton? We can brief him earlier, like Nisiana. Says Jex while the other comes to join us.
You wouldn't be able to bring Spanner as well.
You can tell Spanner to Steed, and we could head back now?
Unless something, yes, that would work unless something happens along your way.
Not that far from salvation, I don't think. Really.
I would feel better if you either all stuck together so that if anything happens,
You're not
You're-
going by yourself. You're
I'm just going to Halar's.
You're still not going by yourself.
I have the book.
Rowan, do you want to go? Or Alarian go?
I'm hauling the wagon full of supplies back to town, so I'm indisposed.
Okay.
And that also makes it kind of difficult for me to suggest the other thing, which is everyone else could very well teleport if we decided to at least get a night's sleep, but we're not sleeping here anyway. So I guess I might as well go, because
Yeah,
then
you
you all
go.
have transportation.
Why aren't you coming with me, Nisiana?
Because you need someone who can send. If
Okay.
something goes wrong while we're going back, you need someone who can tell you.
If you get into trouble at any second, let me know and I will be there in a heartbeat with Rowan.
I understand.
All right.
Goddamn, we're splitting the party. I hate this shit.
Yay!
Well,
What could go wrong?
Well.
I trust me. Don't
You just
help
had to
them.
say that out loud, didn't you?
I trust Alarian and Mia Tanton and Spanner to get us back safe.
And you. I have no doubt.
Okay,
I
so
still have many spells.
so Merime is, so just be clear, Merime, you are dimension dooring with Tanton back to
No, with
No.
Rowan.
Oh,
Rowan.
sorry, with Rowan, I beg your pardon. Back
Yeah.
to Halar, while Tanton,
In his
Alarian, and
house.
Nisiana are taking the long road home, so to speak. Not that this is that far away. I mean, we're not talking
I was
about.
about to
you know,
say, yeah, I'm talking
it's,
about
it's not that far outside of
journey.
salvation.
Right.
Oh, no, less than that. I mean, it's maybe an hour or two, an hour. Maybe it's not.
I
that
thought we
far.
were within like a half hour.
Yeah, I
Tops.
think it's like maybe four.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it was about a half hour. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
like you said, we can see the lights of salvation in the distance. We're not.
That's right. Yeah. So when Rowan and Merime, when you dimension door, are you dimension dooring like to right outside Halar's home, or just
No.
like, how are you? Like right
Inside.
inside the home.
No, we're inside.
In
Yeah.
the home.
So when
Unapologetically.
you bamf into the like right into the home
With a smile.
The
With a
smell
smile.
of brimstone, or
Exactly.
Because this thing
Viscera.
stinks.
So you do this. Of course, it is the evening, but sitting and looking at the now familiar covered over object known as the Oracle of War is Hilar. And he is sitting there as you
wearing a lace nightgown,
Yeah,
garters, and
exactly.
bunny slippers.
it wasn't a great time. All right. And you just appear, and he sort of like he sort of startles a little bit, although not nearly as much as others might, perhaps knowing you. And he says, "I see. I had expected I might be seeing you soon, and it's good because I wanted to send a message anyway. But this seems a little sudden. Also, where's everyone else? And there's a smell. And
What an interesting smell you've discovered.
Yeah.
I brought Rowan. We found this this book of magic. And it's necromantic, and we tried to set it on fire, and also fireball it several times. It didn't work. But it stinks, and it can be scryed. Is there anywhere you can put it until we can destroy it in the morning after Rowan has rested?"
And so
It's like, oh my
he kind of stares at you as you're. How are you holding this, by the way? This thing, which is like, are you just
carefully.
Well, yeah, I'm sure, but like, okay.
Do I have Purell? Is there Purell in
Yeah.
Eberron?
No, we haven't invented it yet.
So, I need you to make Constitution save, Mermaid.
No, you didn't
Okey-dokey.
You didn't put it in a bag first. Why didn't we?
I
It
thought
was
you
in
took-
the
I
chest,
thought-
and then we burnt the chest.
I thought you took the chest. or you
Burnt the
took
big
the
chest. We could have put it in the small chest.
22, natural 20.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
If this would have been, just so you know, this would have been minor. This was not like to prevent death corruption. It was mostly just to avoid being burned
Yeah.
by the continually flaming, thing on the surface.
Oh no, I am like too dexterous for that flame.
Yeah. So you. Goodbye, my cat. Even my cat couldn't. Is like cat's like, yo, I can't. I gotta.
Yeah, yeah. What are you doing?
Time to bail out. Okay. So his eyes kind of widen, and he says, "So you've got this. Where did you find?" And then he sort of shakes his head and he says, "Never mind. Don't tell me quite yet." He says, "I don't know that I have anything specific, although I do have. Well, there's one shielded chest that I have here." And he kind of opens it up. He goes over to the side of his, as you may remember, not particularly large house, and opens up the chest, and you can see that it is lead-lined. And he says, that might slow down scrying, although it won't stop it completely.
Better than nothing.
Rowan, how are you planning to destroy this?
I plan on just breaking it down into nothing.
And he kind of blinks and then looks at you, Marimé. He's like,
Disintegrate.
And he sort of nods slowly and he says, "I see." And so if you put the book in the chest, then he will.
I do.
Okay, so he'll close it and the scent dissipates considerably. And
But that chest is gonna stink forever.
Yeah, exactly. He says, and he turns around and he says, "I suppose, do I want to know exactly where it is that you found this in the first place?"
It was the scholars we went to meet. Turns out they were Emerald Claw, so we killed them.
And he nods. He's like, "I was worried about that. That was the thing I was going to send the message about." You see, and then from underneath the cloth that is covering the Oracle of War, the cloth kind of literally like as if it's been like a puff of air has blown it up, and then it just slides down. And the Oracle of War shudders and belches.
I immediately face it with my gun drawn.
Okay. I thought you were going to actually do something to it. Okay. And belches a plume of multicolored smoke.
Oh no.
And then says, "When the voice under the mountain speaks. Those who listen shall loosen the grip of the emerald claw on the gates to doom. And that's where we're going to take our break. You are watching day 66 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War from Dust. We are going to play until 11, and only 11. We're not going to run over tonight, goddammit. And
Says
so,
you, sir.
I
Challenge
know.
accepted.
I know. It is 9:50. We are going to come back just a little bit before 10 if we can, Eastern, so about a little less than 10 minutes or so. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, chat, please make sure to follow. Please make sure to support all of these lovely people in their voice acting / authoring / editing / game designing ways, because they do all those things. And we will be right back to you folks in just about 10 minutes, where we'll find out what happens when the Oracle of War gives yet another prophecy. Cannot wait. Until then, everyone, please hold tight, and we will be right back. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome to part 2 from Dust. Sorry, part 3. I beg your pardon. Of From Dust, the first part of season 5 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, and I am joined as always by the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks and Marie Bilodeau and Brandon O'Brien and Jennifer Brozick and John Helfers, who have played another very entertaining session today with a lot of stuff going on, a lot of things happening as we speak. But it is great to have all the lovely folks here. So. When we last left our heroes, the Oracle of War had just belched out another strange line.
Delusional line.
Heard by Merime and by Rowan. So I guess...
Can you repeat that line, please?
I certainly can. The line was...
Ana Nathrak. No, wait.
When... Exactly. Mecca like a high. No. When the voice under the mountain speaks, those who listen shall loosen the grip of the emerald claw.
Wait. When the voice under the mountain speaks,
Those who listen.
Those who listen.
those who listen.
Will loosen.
Shall loosen. Shall loosen.
Shall.
Those
Wish-
who
wish
shall
shall lose-
listen.
Shall loosen the grip
Of the Emerald Claw.
of the emerald claw.
Wait. Those who shall listen of the emerald claw?
No, those who listen shall loosen the grip of the emerald
Oh, wait.
claw.
Damn it. Hold on. Those who listen
To the Emerald Claw shall loosen their
Those
grip.
who
No.
emerald claw shall loosen.
This is why the Oracle should have a print function.
I can share it with you afterwards, Jen.
Yeah.
Shall loosen the grip of the Emerald Claw on?
The gates to doom.
Okay.
Protocol 5 activate.
Shut up.
So no,
Okay.
let's not do that.
All right, I totally got this wrong. Let me hold on.
You want me to share you mine, or are you okay?
Okay. Let me. When the voice under the mountain speaks, those who listen shall.
Loosen the grip of the Emerald Claw on the gates of doom.
Gates to doom.
To doom. Oh, yeah, I wrote that. I just didn't write it right.
To the. Damn it. Okay, those who listen. Oh, why am I not getting this right? Okay.
Exactly that impression. How about a nice game of chess?
Those who listen, those who listen shall loosen the grip.
Mm-hmm.
Loosen the grip of.
Yep.
That's where I was getting
I
it.
can only mildly cite it for passive voice, but whatever.
Of the Emerald Claw to the gates of doom. I'm assuming that's in capitals.
On the gates to
on
doom.
the gates to doom, and it is not capitalized.
Oh, on the gates to doom.
Just general gates, not a specific gates to do.
Right. And the gates to doom are
Your
not
everyday
capitalized.
gates.
Yeah, it's your regular gates.
Your everyday average gates.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nothing
is that
special.
close? Somebody read it in the chat. The big. Those who listen. Shall
That's
Yeah,
what
so-
I have.
Except
Yeah.
you still capitalized gates and doom, but you didn't have to do that. Otherwise, you're fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, that's right.
All right. Gates and doom does not have to be capitalized.
Yep.
All right.
Because we are not fighting James Earl Jones.
Consider this on this. What is it on the tree of woe? Is that it?
Yes.
Contemplate
Oh,
this.
contemplate this. Yeah.
Oh,
On the
Conan
tree of woe.
Conan
Crucify
Crucify
him.
And it did a little multicolored snake of color kind of.
Yes,
popped
that
out
was
of it.
it was a gender reveal. Yeah.
But it was a plume of multicolored
Yes.
smoke.
It's an
Did I
it.
leave and enter a different conversation? What just happened?
There was actually a snake involved?
No, it's just a plume
Pop-
of
pop a
multicolored
smoke or a
smoke.
plume of
Just like a plume of
smoke.
smoke.
Okay, not like an actual snake.
No. Should have added that in. Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised given this damn thing.
that's true.
Not
Yes,
gonna lie.
Do I have an idea of what triggered the Oracle of War in that exact moment?
No.
That's interesting.
You may have a theory, but there's nothing obvious that you did or said.
The fact that Hilar took his feet off of it finally.
How long
I'm
before
gonna
the
say
others
it's
join
artifact,
us?
not
I would guess about that's instantaneous. Probably about a half hour, 25 minutes maybe.
Okay.
Want to have that conversation now?
Yes, since we're walking back.
Yeah, well, I'm like I said, I'm pulling the wagon.
I'll cut to
Spanner's helping.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I'll cut to you two in a minute, but I want to see what Merime and Rowan want to do based on what just happened here, if anything.
I think I need to meditate on this, if you don't mind. Try to speak to my mentor, perhaps, about it.
And Hilar kind of nods slowly. Go ahead, Rowan.
Does this machine ever speak plain English?
No, and it hasn't spoken at all since the last time you were you heard things from it around about the time you were dealing with the Lord of Blades then.
Yeah, a
One
few
of the
things.
last times this thing spoke, it told us essentially that we shouldn't trust at least one high-ranking member of House Kenneth, and then we never addressed that again. I'm beginning to think we're getting too much information.
Yeah, it's
There comes a point where we kind of need to settle on a goal.
prophecy is moving, though. It's not like the earth. Prophecy is like the air and water. So does the Oracle of War speak in a way that is not set.
But we can be a vessel at some point. Somewhere where the water or the air stops.
No, I think we can try to influence prophecy and listen to it and maybe nudge it in a way we wish it to go, like away from war. But prophecy never truly stops. There is always more to be foretold.
I think that's what Flamewind was trying to figure out, but that obviously work isn't going to continue at this point. And the only thing I know is so far is that this thing still continues to be powerful and still continues to be something that's attracting the wrong kind of attention. But we've gone, the Oracle of War is the problem in a way, but it's also about all the things around it. That was, in fact, the one thing I was going to mention. That was that there's been some discussion of what was going to happen as the nations start to negotiate. The Thrain and Brayland, it looks like, are going to be gathering in an official alliance. And there's talk of them bringing together as many of the nations as they can to come together to fight against the threat of the Lord of Blades. I think that's a good thing, obviously. But I also think that the last thing they're considering are concerns about the Emerald Claw. They've got their mind and eyes set on other matters, which means, at least in the short term, we've got to deal with that threat. If you've got other information about where the Emerald Claw's next position is going, or who you need to deal with the Emerald Claw, to figure out more information about it, well, it might be worth your while to consider doing it. Mostly because we need to address it while the nations are dealing with the armies they need to put together for the Lord of Blades.
I think we
we have an inkling.
Yeah.
And I show Halar the letter.
So he reads it, and his face turns expression gets very grave, and he says, "Do you happen to know this Trezul?" He says to either of you.
Trezul is new to us, and it mentions dwarven artificer somewhere in the Moorholds who is significant to their strategy, who is also who in fact is actually better known to us, actually. I forgot we knew who that strange one was. But suffice it to say that comparing this to what we've just heard sounds like either we're getting to the Moorholds in a hurry, or getting to Metrol just in time to clean up a mess. And one of those things is worse than the other.
He nods and he says, if they are looking for an artificer, it doesn't take a genius to figure they've got to be talking about the dwarf artificer you already know. Soul Ring is the one who's got to be the one they're looking for. He's connected both to the Oracle, but also knows things out there. But he's not the only dwarf artificer in the Maror holds. Either way, going to Metrol when we don't exactly know what we're dealing with, we could have an entire set of Emerald Claw divisions that this Trez Zul character decided to send there. So, unless the 5 of you make the decision that this isn't the way to go, I think going to Maror Holds makes a lot more sense first. Especially since you ought to be able to get there pretty quick now that you got your own airship.
Yeah. We'll see when the others come to discuss, especially with me and Tanton, but I believe that's where we'll be headed. Did you say that all the kings and queens, are they all gathering together to discuss this?
Not all of them yet, but there's discussion about a summit that's going to be happening in the not-too-distant future.
Well, I mean, the draconic prophecy did state that 5 crowns shall fall when the heirs of Aaron hammer the anvils of the last forge. So if they all gather together, they'll make it really convenient for the Lord of Blades to make that particular part of the prophecy occur.
Possibly, but if the hammer hits the last forge, the 5 crowns might figure that they're destroyed anyway. What you've managed, the Stonefire has shaken everybody up for obvious reasons. There's a great deal of suspicion, but thanks to your work, there's also a belief that now there's a much greater threat than any of the 5 nations are to each other. And nothing unifies the 5 nations together than the thought that some other force is bigger than all of them. If only we had some big force to fight all the time, they'd be getting along just fine while preparing for war. And he kind of shakes his head and smiles ruefully, and he says, "But you already know the drill on that. Either way, it sounds to me like we got a lot of stuff going at the same time. But going to Metrol, if you do go to the Maror Holds, and you do decide eventually you've got to go on to Metrol," he sort of pauses and he says, You know about where Tanton's from, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what's this?
And he sort of says, "I don't think it's revealing too many secrets to tell you that Tanton was originally from Metrol. He lived in Seer. He left there before the morning hit. But I know that it shook him up quite a bit. And I don't know how he'll react if he's asked to go back. I just want the 2 of you and the others to tread lightly when you do eventually go there. That's another reason the Maror Holds makes sense, by the way. You ought to get as much information as you can before taking a risk like that. But either way, whenever you do have to go, Tanton might struggle the most."
Yeah, we've seen that, but Tanton is strong and really wants to do the right thing. We'll be there as best we can for him.
I know. But it ain't an easy sight, even for those who weren't born and lived there. And he sighs. In the meantime, making your way down from the camp, Alarian and Nisiana with Tanton and Spanner. Alarian pulling the wagon with Spanner, I believe. You have an opportunity to talk a little bit briefly, if you like.
Remembering that your mic is muted, John.
And mine. Mine was.
Yep.
I was like,
Before we leave, we make sure to get all of the papers from the command tent.
Okay. One thing that I can tell you just before you go on, which you don't need sort of special training to know, is that a lot of these papers that you see are ripped pages from what look like research or reference books that relate to the history of Metrol and the fall of the Dakani Empire.
Right.
However, the torn pages, at least one of them, says it must have been a page that was like opposite the frontispiece of the book, which said property of Moorgrave University.
That's what I was thinking. Moorgrave University is missing a lot of pages of stuff. We are definitely going to have to return that to them.
Yep. Good stuff. Yeah. I mean, their cover was pretty good, all things considered, except for the undead horses and the bone beast and whatever else. Yeah.
Yes, and the fact that the person that they said was in charge of things never responded to me. And if I ever find that person, I will have a word with him about how they should at least respond with, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Indeed. I'm sorry, the academic you're trying to reach is currently away from their office. Please leave a message.
Because that was...
Well, I mean, Illyrian nods. It still says, I mean, we did figure it out, but
well,
true,
maybe thought, but some academics need to be taught some things. In any case, she looks
you
up
just
at,
don't know anything about learning.
Yeah, she looks up at Illyrian and goes, "So you got big. You got really big.
Marvelous, wasn't it? And for all the not expression on their face this time, you can sense they actually felt pretty proud of themselves. Like, I'm very proud of what I did there.
It was impressive. It was a sight to behold, and death from above. That was also impressive. She says with a little bit more reserve.
I nod.
Is this a tactic you're going to use in the future?
If the situation calls for it, why wouldn't I?
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Do you know the rules of weaponry, of long distance weaponry?
As in, like, archers and such?
Yeah, never point your weapon at something you're not willing to destroy. Never, always be certain of your target. Always be aware of what is beyond your target. Assume all things are loaded. Well, in which case, if however many tons of ammo you are falling from above, may I suggest that you be aware that suddenly you may cause collateral damage beyond what you intended.
I believe this group has caused plenty of collateral damage beyond what we intended. The entire airship disintegrated underneath us a few weeks ago, if you don't recall.
We did not do that. I mean you.
It was done to us.
But you doing the thing that you were doing. May I suggest that you be very clear of your target? That you
I was very clear of my targets. So tell me, what do you think happened when I landed
you're not
to the
listening
north?
to what I'm suggesting. That you always be able to see everything. If an enemy walks into a tent and you want to kill that one enemy, would you just simply fall upon that tent without knowing what else is within?
It would not be the first choice, no.
That is a good answer. You have an immense amount of power now. Much like Rowan, much like Mia Tanton, much like I do. The power that you wield with that specific ability is awesome in many senses of the word. And I would like you to consider that going forward.
I already have. The ability of a spirit guardian to achieve Iron Titan status is rare. It is something we all aspire to. It, of course, is, as you said, it is awesome power. And I exulted in its use, but that does not mean I didn't think it through as to how I was going to utilize it at camp. When I landed where I landed, and I knew precisely where I was landing and who I was landing on, it was to cause the maximum distraction as possible. To let you all enter the camp from the opposite direction and take them by surprise. Tactically, it was the best move to make.
And what
I
if,
am familiar with my limits in this
Yes.
ability.
but what if there were, say, a single hostage within that group?
A single what?
Hostage. A single child tied up to be a sacrifice.
Well, I didn't land on the wagon, so I landed on
That's-
I landed on the target, which was one of her hench people.
That's not the question. The question
You are stating it as if I damaged the wagon, which did not happen.
I am
So I'm a
giving
little
you
confused as
hypothetical.
to why you are critiquing my tactical choice.
Because
And the scenario you have laid in front of me was not a thing.
but it might be in the future.
And if it is, and I'm aware of it, such as, like, if the child was in a box, none of us would know. So therefore, and if they smashed the box to smash the child would be dead. Now, that is a tragedy, don't get me wrong. I could not do anything about that at the time because I have no idea of what is inside the box. For example, I didn't really expect there to be zombies in the box, to be honest. That, I thought they were just normal supplies. But I always adapt my tactics for myself and the group to the scenario we are approaching.
And
I do
if
not
our main target
charge in willy-nilly.
is someone who walks into a tent that has a sacrifice in it and you know it, what do you think you will do?
I would confer with others who are much more stealthy than me and figure out a way to incapacitate them or hopefully rescue the hostage before we have to take the person out.
Okay.
These questions are very strange, Nisiana. You know I am not a blunt instrument, a cudgel that goes around smashing things. Why are you asking me these?
I ask because you became
Again,
death
it was
from
a
above.
distraction
I
to lure them to me so you all could enter the camp without being attacked. That is a known military tactic. There was a
Yes.
very good reason why I did that the way I did it.
Why do you feel so defensive?
Because you seem to think that I am just, once I got this form, I'm just going to run around like what you humans call a toddler, smashing whatever's in sight like I had no control over it. It's like we've traveled all this time, yet now that I have this ability, you suddenly don't trust me anymore. I find that
didn't say I
odd.
didn't trust you. I was curious about how you would react.
Your questions seem to indicate otherwise.
We are at a point in our existence, in our journey, where what we do matters more than ever in this life. Ever. Maybe not for you, but maybe for someone as short-lived as I am. I have never seen you do the thing that you have done before. Therefore, I ask the questions that I need to ask. Do you fault me for this?
Not entirely, but again, you have seen me in action both in combat and interactions with other of your kind, and I extend that to everything. And yes, this is new. You're correct, but I've had other new actions, and you haven't felt the need to question me on any of those. So it just comes across as a little strange that now you feel is the time to bring this up.
I am as we grow in responsibility and power, I am looking at the way we use it. And up until this last point, by and large, you are a one-to-one combat person.
This is true.
With this new ability, you could be a mass combat weapon. And I wanted to know, I need to know what your limits are and how you think about these things. And as I cannot read your mind, despite all the time we spend in each other's minds, it is better that I ask these questions than to guess. I don't understand you as well Alarian, you are Starforge. I have to ask these questions. I am interested that you immediately think I do not trust you for me asking for knowledge. We all dance upon the knives. We are all killers. We kill in one way or another. And I, as a cleric of life, an adherent to Eberron, I'm looking to see what I am supporting. Those of us, you are my people, and I need to see where your hearts are. It's important to me.
So, to clarify, the questioning is not that these people needed to be dispatched. It was the method used to dispatch them. Is that maybe where I'm getting to?
A little bit of the method being so much larger than I am used to seeing from you, and understanding the ramification of the literal weight of a titan falling from the sky and hitting the ground.
I believe I see where you're coming from. Yes, I would say, I think the term you people use is, it goes to your head. Certainly the flight ability I have achieved recently has been exhilarating, to be sure. That paired with the Iron Titan ability does make me a force to be reckoned with, and I don't say that to brag, I just say it as a statement of fact. So the tactics, of course, will change. Mm-hmm. And I understand where you're coming from, so I didn't mean to give offense. It just took me by surprise, that's all.
I ask these questions because I, too, have grown in power.
Quite.
I have powers I haven't used that I'm a little afraid to use. And I'm trying to understand how you calculate collateral damage with the need of the mission.
In the previous situation, you hypothesized that of there being a hostage, mm-hmm. say in the tent or even in the wagon. True. Mm-hmm. I try to hold, especially innocent life, as, I guess the word is sacred, but higher, or as high as I can. So if I was aware of someone like that, I would make all efforts to draw combat away from them. It still pains me that the people we could not save at the mobile fortress, who sacrificed themselves to allow us to leave, that still haunts me. When it should have been us sacrificing for them to leave. But that is history. The point is, I would of course not do anything to either put the rest of you, or particularly an innocent civilian, citizen of salvation, whomever you want to call it, into danger. My plans allow for ideally achieving whatever our goal is in a situation with minimal loss of life on our side.
Would you take an innocent life if it was for the greater good?
Define what the greater good is. If the whole of the continent was at stake?
Not even the whole of salvation were at stake. Salvation is a number and a place that we can hold in our hand.
You're asking to sacrifice one to save hundreds.
Yes.
I'm not aware. I've never been faced with that situation. It is easy to answer in the hypothetical, but more difficult in the reality. I want to say no, but then that's possibly doing hundreds. Is that fair to the hundreds? I would also say no. Would you?
I would be very careful with my words, is what I would do.
I have been.
It is, we are moving into a place that will test all of us. And she looks at me, Tanton, kind of sidelong.
He's in the back of the wagon, kind of watching with his crossbow.
She looks over her shoulder at him.
Yep.
In ways that may hurt our hearts as well as our souls. And I am aware that that is coming, and I am working to deal with that.
I suppose it is good to think about these things before encountering them, so as not to be taken by surprise.
I know what's happening to me when I die, but that doesn't mean that I want others to die.
What will happen to you when you die?
I will go home, of course. I have already met Eberron. I will go to him. And I have more than faith. I have literal conversations. But that privilege doesn't mean that others are sacrificial. And so I am looking at how we deal with things.
Eberron is the being that grants you your powers, correct?
It is. He is.
And having met them, you said you've conversed with them. You in your heart, in your soul, are convinced that they are the ones for you to follow, the one that you are placing your faith in, as they are placing their faith in you, correct?
All things serve Eberron, whether they know it or not.
Yes, but you serve Eberron directly, so you have more of a connection with them. So then my question to you is, why are you fearing the power that they are granting you? Surely this is a good thing. It should be used to fight Eberron's enemies.
Power has a way of corrupting. There is a reason Caber is caged within Eberron. There is power there as well. Power to corrupt, and power that has been leaking out for eons. And whether or not we want to admit it, we are all susceptible to it. We all are fallible. You may not be mortal, but most of us are mortal. And the things that drive us, love, house, home, people, reputation, they're all handholds. And the more we grow in power, the more I am aware of how vulnerable we actually are. This is why I ask these questions.
And they are worth asking and answering, for certain.
And I will tell you right now, every fiber of my being wants to send to my sister to find out if everything is okay. And I have to trust that she and Rowan are okay right now. Everything happened just fine, and nothing has gone wrong. I still fear.
I nod toward the town like, well, I don't see any huge plumes of smoke yet, so I'm assuming everything's fine.
It's not on fire yet.
Yet, being the operative phrase, knowing your sister. But you grant her, in your knowledge of her, of course, you grant that she is a capable person, able to carry out the task she has been tasked with, of course. Even though, of course, another part of you worries constantly over her.
And that worry actually is one of my vulnerabilities, and I'm aware of that. And you should be aware of it too.
I thank you for sharing that. I am concerned about all of you, of course. Not to the degree that you have with your sister, because it is a different relationship, obviously. But I tend to charge myself with a certain degree of care for all of you when possible.
You are the field.
I try to be, and now that I have a much better one,
You are the tank.
I should on their back. The shield works. That was the other thing, of course. The entrance I made in the camp was to be the target, to draw them to me, to have them focus their power on me. I would have gladly taken on the mage, the bone knight, the zombies, everything, to allow all of you to do what you needed to do. It's my role. And I don't necessarily relish it because it still hurts, but I take it on gladly because that is what I do best in this group.
Then I have a request for you.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Rowan's heart. Guard it. He is more vulnerable than all of us in that regard.
Are you asking me this?
I am telling you, he doesn't trust himself.
Of course. But my question to you is, and I'm happy to take this on, although it may prove to be a challenge. However, I am curious as to why you approached me, because of all of the people here, I am the most outside of knowing what a human heart entails. Not just the organ itself, but the other part that you often refer to that is not the organ, but it is the insubstantial part of you. Why do you think I am the one to do this?
You are an outsider. You have questions for how we act.
Every day.
And Rowan has a good heart, but he doesn't believe it.
Now that I agree with you on. But again, I am happy to take this on. And now I just need to figure out how I'm going to do it.
Unfortunately, that is a burden upon you, and which is why I am asking you. And out of character, I am saying all of this loud enough that me and Tantan can hear. I don't know what he's working on, because Lord knows he's working on something.
Well, he should have his crossbow out and be ready to shoot something if it comes after us, because
that doesn't mean he's not working on something.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair.
So I'm saying this loud enough that he can hear, but I'm just like...
Well, at the very least, it will be an interesting conversation, to be sure.
I think he'll be very confused if you have a conversation with him.
He typically is after conversations with me, and I don't even read your facial cues, but I always get the impression that's how he comes away with it whenever we talk. So this will be, what is the term? Par for the course, I believe.
Well, I'm just asking you to watch his heart. I'm not asking you to interrogate him.
I have no intention to do the latter. But knowing the man better will enable me to do the former better.
I think he, of all of us, is dancing on the knife the most. He's not used to a team who trusts trusts each other implicitly.
I thought you were going to mention he's not used to doing things for a, shall we say, nobler cause than oneself.
Okay, well, fair.
It is merely an observation.
He is used to working on his own.
Yes.
We are about to embark upon things that means that when he is our shadow, because that is his job, and he pretends to be less than virtuous, we can trust that he actually has our best in mind.
Indeed. Actually. And I pause for a second and cock my head and look up for a moment. And like, yes, not. Yes, that is the approach I will use. Not quite so bluntly, of course, but I have a thought. Okay.
Thank you.
Quite. I appreciate it. It is, once again, it is good that we've had this talk.
And again, I'm looking forward to see smoke coming from Salvation because I am still not certain that
were you, so I was pulling the wagon, were you like walking beside me?
Yeah, pretty much. Or if necessary, I mean, I can ride your shoulder or whatever.
That's what I thought. Well, after a while, I would probably pick you up so we could talk more easily. Because you're all the way down there and I'm all the way up here. So, yeah. And then, so that way you could also see the town better in case there is a plume of smoke coming up.
Well, I like the idea that you finish that conversation and then there's just a like as it's like this mushroom cloud goes like, God damn it.
Oh God. And then suddenly we're all like racing to Salvation.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe pointing to Rowan. It was him.
It was him. Yeah, exactly.
It was like this when we got here.
I would say that was obviously that conversation was continuing as you had been discussing things, as Rowan and Merime had been chatting things up with Hilar, so that when you arrive back in Salvation and you head to Hilar's, when you knock on the door and come in, you can see several things. A very serious looking Hilar, who does greet you, obviously, but I don't know if Merime and Rowan are troubled or just sort of, in their usual states. That's up to them. But you notice that the Oracle of War has been covered over again, but is, I would say probably that Rowan and Merime. Well, I shouldn't assume. I'm wondering if either of you have been side-eyeing the Oracle, I guess is what I'm asking. In a way that might be noticeable. Go ahead, Ron.
The entire time.
Yeah, okay. That's what I figured.
All right.
I do not like or trust the Oracle.
I had a feeling, so.
Yeah.
I have made my insight check and something has definitely happened.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm trying to connect, think if I can interpret the dream more or if I can connect anything with what I've dreamt of recently. Like I'm feeling the pressure of Flamewind is not here to interpret the prophecies and I am the next best thing.
Yeah, and I actually think I would like from you, Merime,
to just give me something because I'm so nice.
No, but I actually
I won't tell you any more personal stories.
Not with that story you told in the green room.
Yeah, exactly. You've given up all of no. I would like. I'd like a wisdom check from you, but I am going to give you advantage on this, Merime.
Oh, thank you.
Your Kalashtar heritage and what you're doing is having an effect on this.
Okay. Wisdom check. Ah, it's vanished. You all vanished.
Looks like, is that a
16?
16.
Okay.
Yep.
So the thing that is striking to you about this prediction, or whatever, as you know, this is not the way that the Oracle was originally constructed to work. But you also know, having talked to Sol Ring before about it, that the Oracle has been through something when it was sitting in the gray for a while, and that screws things up, and also that something about it was sort of infused with knowledge about. It was always going to end up doing more than just its stated purpose, basically. And so the voice under the mountain, the assumption has to be the mountains that you are most familiar with has to be the Maror Holds and the Iron Root Mountains that are associated with them. So it's a pretty good guess that there's something associated with that. And since Rowan did then, read the letter to all of you, so you already know the stuff about they're going to the Maror Holds to find out what's going on under Metrol and the blah, 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 blah. You can put two and two together and assume that there is something, a voice, a prophecy, a moment of destiny, which might await you based upon who you're listening to. Now, whom you're listening to, and I don't remember actually if Tanton told everyone in the group, or did you, Tanton, mention what you had discovered about the sigil and all that stuff? Did you relay all of that to everybody, or?
Yeah.
Okay, you did, right? So then you would certainly be aware. It doesn't take much to put two and two together and not assume that this doesn't involve a voice under the mountain that could very well refer to Spinweave. I will say, Maramé, that it is striking how specific this prophecy is, because previous prophecies have been more generalized and sort of making references to blue, and like maybe that refers to sky blue, and all these things. And Flamewind, that's why there was this whole like cottage industry and like interpreting the Draconic prophecy, right? This was much more specific than previous predictions have been. On the other hand, the Oracle has been operating while unpredictably. There is sort of a consistency to the fact that it is associated with your journey at this point in some way. So put all that together, it sounds like the same thing that was being referred to in the letters that you discovered and the information that you discussed about what maybe something like Spinweave or creatures like that might be.
Okay, perfect. That's what I'd figured. So that sounds good. Thank you. So I'll let Rowan scream his Mia Tantan, if that is what Rowan starts to do.
Well, have you guys informed us what was said? We just got here, so
yeah. And Halar,
right now we don't even really know what's going on, other than something happened, and Galarian's about to ask, "How much did you tell him? How much do you know?" Etc. Etc. Etc.
Yeah, Halar will say something unless Rowan is going to jump in first and say something. About, so there's some stuff going down, but you don't have to, Rowan. I'm just noting it because
No, yeah, I let Talar start.
Okay. So Hilar says, so I already heard a little bit about the encounter that you had at the camp. Good work. Not that I'm surprised, but it means that we may have a little more pressure on us than we had hoped. When Maramé and Rowan got done talking to me about what happened there at the camp, and then Rowan showed me the letter. I think it was Rowan showed me the letter and found out about this Truzel and all that. Well, my information has to do with the fact that the armies are coming together to fight the Lord of Blades, which means anything dealing with the Emerald Claw, I think, has got to be under our purview, at least while the Lord of Blades and those are being dealt with by the armies. While they're gathering together, the threat to us is the Emerald Claw, and I don't think they take it seriously as we do. In the midst of that, and he points at the Oracle, that thing comes out and gave us another line of prophecy. This one having to do with something about a voice under the mountains. And based on what the letter says, and what apparently you all heard already, doesn't take too much of a genius to figure out that it's referring to the same thing. Whether it's good or bad that the Oracle's telling us that, he shrugs. I'm not sure that I know anymore.
But it would loosen, the prophecy says that it would loosen the grip of the Emerald Claw on the Gates of Doom. I think from what you told us, Mia Tantan, that it might be referring to Spinweave.
Possibly. She knows everything.
She?
Spinweave is an entity that holds great power that she acquired from consuming great many powerful sages, though the exact description of that process is not something I've looked into.
She being what?
And he holds out the image of the glyph.
If these points that stretch out in these different directions here were legs, that would be 8 of them. And an 8-legged entity called Spinweave.
Is she a literal spider?
Well, I don't know about a literal spider, but
Hilar says, I heard stories about this, Tanton, but you think this is true? Not just legend? From what I remember, I heard stories about this thing from hundreds of years ago. It's still around?
you require so much knowledge that some of the greatest powers in the world, well, quite possibly in several worlds, come to you and sacrifice much more than they expected to get the answers to their questions. Things with that much knowledge don't tend to die off very easily. There was a point where Master Koth, between safari trips, had talked about possibly going with another team of not just artificers, but very important, powerful, but not well known publicly mages to seek her out for answers to questions that they had. And this was before I started working there. But it wouldn't surprise me if she was very much still alive and still very, very real, and as such, very, very dangerous.
And that means that we need to find her before they do?
What are we willing to lose? And at that moment, he just kind of glances over at Nisiana. What are we willing to sacrifice to achieve the goal?
That is always the question. My question to you is, do we go have a conversation with Soul Ring first before we do this thing, or bring him with us? Will he be an asset or not?
I would definitely like to speak with him first. He's from that area. I've never been there, but speaking with him would give us access to more intel, at the very least, of the layout of the land. If we do manage to delve down to where she allegedly resides, we need as much information as we can possibly get, especially if we have to go to the Risen City after that.
Also, you probably need to find her first. And presumably he would know, or at least knows someone who would. Problem is, he's not here. He went back to the Roar Holds.
Yes, he told us that.
I think before we do anything, we need to talk to Soul Ring.
I would agree.
And then, since we know the Emerald Claw is our enemy, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This line of the prophecy, when the voice under the mountain speaks, those who listen shall loosen the grip of the Emerald Claw on the gates of doom. I don't know what the gates of doom are, but I really don't want the Emerald Claw to have any control over it.
And we would have to go to the Risen City.
Do you think, Mia Tanton, that is something you can do?
Can.
Willing to?
have it.
Despite everything.
Because of everything.
Then we go and we support you.
As always.
And he looks down at the table where he has put the papers down. And the top sheet of paper is the map of Metrol, the Risen City. And he points to one small section of it. But I will not go there.
I look and I make a very big point of what this point places that he won't go to. What is
Same.
that?
I am trying to memorize it in my brain.
Same.
Is it labeled?
No, but it's clearly residential based on the map.
Okay. Based on that, I will focus in not. I'm going to assume this is his residential home or his family home, and hope like hell we don't have to go there.
These, and he points at these kind of almost like star shapes on the map. These are actually very large stone columns that probably stick up to about here. They have vast segments of the upper crust populace of the city, the wealthiest of people live there on top of these towers of stone. The problem with this map is that it is from before 20 Olaru. And he stops for a minute and he looks at Halar. Isn't the anniversary of the Treaty of Thronehold coming up?
He nods. Yes, not long.
When the morning happened, the city, parts of it shifted, rearranged, twisted. And not just the city. From what I have heard, the entities that live there are generally worse at night. Far, far worse at night. During the day, we could potentially move about without too much risk. But if these Kyber shards are part of the gates, I suspect they are, even if the Lord of the Blades is not looking for it right now, he will be. So this deal with the Emerald Claw is maybe something people might consider a side quest, but it will fold back into the main thrust of what we have to do.
And Halar nods and says, especially since the Emerald Claw has already been working with the Lord of Blades before. And so he raises an eyebrow and he says, so it sounds like you're thinking Roar Holes and Soul Ring, Spinweave, maybe. And his eyes sort of like drift down to the map. Metrol.
The advantage is that we'd be on the proper side. From Roarhold, it's just a trip directly south. We don't have to cross the entirety of the Morn. Metrol is on that side anyway.
But you'll want to take the airship around the Mornland rather than go through it.
Or
Even
over
over it. He says, well, I think there's one thing that can be said for sure. Whether or not they think they know what they've got in front of them, I know what I have in front of me. You all know by now your own worth. And what you possess, they do not have. The Emerald Claw and the Lord of Blades may be allies of convenience. They are not friends bound by blood. That gives us an advantage they can never possess. Don't forget it. And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close. Because next up, it sounds like, Roar Holds, maybe Spinweave, maybe Metrol, maybe Stuff, maybe Kurt.
Hey, we gotta get there first.
Yeah, you got one step at a time. First, you got to arrive.
Exactly.
You gotta
Speak
find
to the
Soul
ear
Ring
again.
and bring some information out of
Oh
him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Soul Ring is
That's right.
absolutely the first part.
That's right. First, favorite part of that, I think, has to do with the Tren's line, Tantan's line there, where Nisian is like, you would do that in spite of everything, and he's like, I do that because of everything. I was like, hell yeah, let's go. That's what this group is about. Really. And the lovely little addition by Rowan it was either as always or as ever. Which is also, it's good stuff, Brandon. Very good line from everybody. A lot of good stuff with, I was not sure how the conversations were going to go between people. And I was really curious to see how that stuff played in together. It was really, really nice. And sets us up nicely for what's going to be some intense stuff going forward. I am very excited to see you meet this clearly, why would an 8-legged glyph image of a creature called Spinweave that lives far under the mountains, and perhaps, is reminiscent of a creature named Bleeblob. Why would that in any way be an issue that anyone has to worry about? It's gonna be great. Yeah, well,
that's why we decided.
No. I was gonna say I looked carefully at my lines and veils. I don't think so. I think we didn't go that way. But
don't forget, we got to make a stop at Burkwood first. And we go there.
Yes. That's right.
Then we're gonna
speak to the Belvin Bling and see how that all works. Yes, absolutely. But anyway, yes, I'm very excited for all of that. Wonderful work as always. Sounds like drow nonsense. Yeah. Well, we're gonna see. This is like you can see a lot of things sort of drawing to a head here, which I am very excited for because story and great role play is a part of it. So I'll start with gentleman bottom right. Good stuff today, John out of Valerian. I really liked your Nisiana was obviously the pivot point on two things, one to Rowan, which I'll come to in a moment, and then one with you. And your reaction was interesting because it did start as a sort of Valerian themselves was a little bit, defensive about it until Nisiana sort of rendered it as you were a one-on-one person that's now doing like mass attack stuff. And that was a whole different play. And I was like, yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. Like, you don't know what's going to be under there. I mean, no one ever talked about the fact that we killed the zombie horse. I mean, in the process, like, no one thinks about the undead, pony, right?
I was already dead.
So, but anyway, it's very interesting to sort of see that. And I did think it was interesting that Ilarion almost acknowledged a little bit of not wanting to become sort of drunk on not power, but drunk on the achievement of being able to become an Iron Titan, which is something which, as you said, the Starforged sort of look up to directly. So I thought that was really interesting, and sets up for some interesting things the next time you all get into combat. How did you feel today about the session, John? And where would lovely folks find you next?
Oh, it was very fun as always. Yeah, that conversation was really interesting. I mean, even though I knew it was coming, I myself wasn't sure how Larian was going to act. And that seems very weird because I'm controlling the character, but at the same time, and then in the moment, I was like, well, wait a minute. For a long time, I feel Nisiana and Larian have been in pretty much lockstep. Mm-hmm. So the fact that she's now in their mind suddenly kind of coming at them about this, but it, as usual, she brings up very good points to think about. It's, and they were caught off guard. So yes, it was a little defensive at the first part. It's like, I'm a warrior, I can take care of this, da 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 da. But as the conversation progressed, and she laid more of her reasoning out to them, then it became suddenly it's like, oh, this is not an academic thing, or she's not coming at me because she doesn't trust him, but she wants to know how they will best utilize that power, which is a fascinating conversation because Eberron thinks of her certainly a very powerful cleric, but always as a cleric first, always as the healing aspect first. And a part of me was wondering, like, oh my God, I wasn't going to be as defensive to tell her, like, just I don't tell you how to wield your spells, don't tell me
stay
how
in your lane,
do my
type of thing.
tactic, but that's not really Eberron's way in the first place.
Right.
And I actually liked the defensive part because they felt actually a little bit wounded when she first started asking questions, like, why are you questioning me? But being adults got beyond that and realized, like, why is she asking that question and what does she hope to get from it and how can I facilitate the conversation so we can work better together? Because the big point she's making that I think is vital is, we're entering a phase where everything is bigger than ever, including myself, but the challenges we're going to be facing are larger and more dangerous, and we're heading straight to places that will make the flying ziggurat, the fortress we went to, all those places look like a cakewalk.
Yep.
And if
Big
we're not
stakes.
all working together again, it's going to be doom for us all.
That's it.
So it was a great conversation. I really liked having it. And yeah, she's definitely given Eberron a lot to think about. Not only that part, but the little side mission she has. She kind of tasked him for Rowan, which I've got thoughts on that too. So yeah, it'll be fun. I just can't wait. This year's been great for gaming. Always wish we can do it more, but always happy when we get together, and looking forward to what 2025 brings. So absolutely.
Thanks, John. Good stuff, and happy holidays, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
You'll also, of course, be seeing John with Star Wars on this channel starting in January as well. So that's going to be good times. I'm excited for that too. Thanks.
Yeah,
John.
very fun.
It's like next year.
I know we have to wait a full
so far away.
But thanks, John. Good stuff as always.
Yeah.
Jen, as I said, your Nisiana turned out to be the sort of the linchpin, if you will, of several conversations, and sort of taking the moral compass route seriously. And I was curious to see, both conversations were going to be important for different reasons. I was curious to see how they would interact and whether it would push anyone away or push them closer. I was struck by Eberron. Nisiana is the heart. That's the whole idea. I was struck by Eberron's reaction as we just went through. I was also really struck by Rowan's reaction. I'm going to ask Brandon about that in a minute, but I was really interested to see how Nisiana approached Rowan, which was sort of a firm and determined and repeated, like, no, but you can't go down this road because of this, and this. And in the end, Rowan said something which I thought was quite poignant, which was like, I need to know what you guys need me to do, which I found that very poignant. There was this sense of feeling slightly outsider-ish. And also, as Rowan has discussed previously, the idea that, like, these people are nuts and they're going to get themselves killed. Like, what the hell's wrong with them? That type of thing. And so you were almost playing off of that a little bit, Nisiana, that you expected this sort of higher standard for Rowan. And you were doing that at the risk of potentially fraying the relationships with Eberron and Rowan, but particularly, I think, with the Rowan conversation there. And that was interesting to me to sort of see how that all plays out. So I'm curious what you thought and how you felt about the session and those sorts of things.
So in the replay, the thing that stuck out, and I watched it thinking in Nisiana's point of view, we are definitely all killers, and the Rowan the Disintegrator is really cool. Actually, I'm I'm very excited about that. But when he looked at the human and said, do you want this to hurt or not? That was a point too far. That was a point where I was like, oh no, we're not going to murder hobo our way through this. That is not what this group is. And my first thought was to ask him, how do you feel? How do you feel? What does it feel like to be a murderer? That was my very first thought. And I was just like, oh, but that's not quite Nisiana. She would want to know why he said that. And I don't know if it came across as to it wasn't the fact that he was killing or how he was killing. It was that one moment of malicious, in her mind, malicious glee at killing, that she's like, nope, got to stop that one in the bud, because that makes us as bad as them. Which is why she had the conversation very quietly, maybe very intensely, with Rowan. That was not a chew them out in public. That was a, I need to understand why you did this thing, and I need to explain to you why, from my point of view, it was a very, very bad thing. It was a very bad thing. Don't do that. And with her conversation with Illyrian, it was more of a, she's got some really powerful spells that she's kind of afraid to use, that are very collateral damage spells, like Flame Strike. Jen really wants to use this spell. Really wants to use this spell so badly. But it's just like, Nision is like, nope, that may kill like the wrong people, that I don't know if I can control it. That's a lot of power. I mean, what is it? That specific spell is a 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder of flame. I'm like, for her, that's a lot of damage, and she is a life mage. So the thing that I don't know if everybody understands is the reason she is asking everybody everything and pointing at things is because her sister killed for her, based on her words.
Yeah.
Her sister murdered somebody who happened to be her Baron's daughter, flat out.
And this happened, by the way, in case you're curious, back in season 4, I think early season 4, and where, yeah, based upon previous conversations, yes.
And because of that, she is really aware of words and power and responsibility. And so she's really afraid of where they're going. And so one, she's looking for courage. Two, she's looking for a moral compass and knowing that they're doing the right thing and for the right reason. So, which is why she reacted so badly to Rowan's question, which may have been off the cuff, but it's just one of those things where we're running towards the end game. Let's make sure we're on the right side for the right reason. And that's where Nision is. And usually she's not quite so in everybody's face about things. Usually. But I don't know. There's just, I don't know, giant tanks from above landing on things and
targeted tanks.
That's right.
Okay, targeted tanks. That is seriously a collateral damage problem. And then Rowan's.
It is possible. Yep, very possible.
And then Mia Tanton's incredible emotional anguish at dealing with Metrol.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fear, of course, that she is going to lose her sister in all of this. So
yep,
that's where I am. And that's why I'm desperately trying to, or Nision is desperately trying to hold on to the fact that please let us be the good guys.
Mm-hmm.
And please let us be doing this for the right reason. And please don't let me lose my sister. And please don't let me lose my faith in me or my team. That's where she is.
Yep, that's good stuff.
In the meantime,
yeah,
you can find me online, Jennifer Brozek. Most social medias, jenniferbrozek.com website, or if you want to see my cats, Jennifer_Brozek on Instagram.
Thank you, Jen. Happy solstice and holidays, etc.
Merry solstice to everybody. And remember, after the darkest night comes the dawn.
That's right. And that's what we will see tomorrow morning. It was as a part of this IRL, not just in the game. Thanks, Jen.
Yep.
Brandon, as I said, I was very curious about how Rowan was going to react. And I was really, again, really struck by I really thought I mean, not that I should be surprised. I thought your role play was lovely in the way in which it didn't just immediately be like, "Oh yeah, you're right, that was my bad," or go F yourself. I'm, like sunshine gets pulled out and you start. So anyway, I started blasting. Like there was none of that. There was just this sort of maneuvering, and it's felt to me, I don't know if this was the case, as if Rowan was almost maneuvering through feelings about, where Rowan was going to end up with all this. And then, so there was that. I loved a lot of the mechanical stuff with the trying how to deal with a Librum and, the formaldehyde and all that stuff, the embalming fluid, all that was really fun, I thought. And again, another lovely moment, as I said, that really gave that grace note, which was related to, as I just said, Tanton has that thing about in spite of everything. And then you said, and Nisiana says, well, I'll have your back. And then Rowan says, as always, right? Like that little grace note is really remarkable and continues this arc for Rowan. Not to mention the fact that like Rowan is becoming this certified badass who can do all this incredible stuff. And that also is something like the Dispel Magic. I'll just casually cast a 6th level Dispel Magic. I mean, that will get rid of a glyph of warding. That'll do it. And so I really liked the way in which you were able to not just mechanically, but role play narratively through how Rowan is developing over time. So I found that really engaging and interesting in a lot of ways. How did you feel about it, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
So I was very much looking forward to that Nisiana conversation, and then totally had no idea where it was going to start because I thought the question was going to be, don't you think that twin spelling and disintegrate on a singular combatant who hasn't actually drawn blood yet is kind of overkill? And I was like, no, look at the guy, he's covered in bones. So I liked that it went the way that it did, in part because that interaction in combat just kind of happened. It was just me following a trend of thought that was sticking with Rowan since Silver Flame, which was everything that we're doing still sucks, and I've only had a conversation about how much it sucks with Tanton.
Right.
So I'm still having feelings about the fact that everybody wants one of the most powerful artifacts ever to be created in the universe and is willing to fight us about their ideals for it and then prove to be the cruelest people on Earth. That the acts of their cruelty involves sacrificing dozens of innocent people's lives, that it also involves attempting to beat children to death. That we still have the MacGuffin and constantly have to think about the security and invisibility of the MacGuffin at all times. All of that has still been weighing on Tanton since we left that encounter. And in that span of time, I didn't actually get a moment to actually be candid about the fact that the only thing that I knew when we met the guy no Sphinx whose name totally escapes me.
Flamewind.
Right, Flamewind, is that even if this person is your friend, I'm prepared to delete them. I am like Rowan is going through it.
Yeah.
And the thing that mattered in that interaction with Nisiana is I get where you're coming from. Counterpoint. You didn't actually ask me how I feel yet. And that's what drove the interaction that I had in that moment. That yes, you are trying to tell me a thing that is valid for the purposes of our moral compass, but you still haven't actually checked in with me about my feelings, and that has confirmed that I'm actually a tool for which I have responsibilities to this team, and I need to figure out how to perform those things. And I'm very interested in drawing out that interaction until we possibly have it.
That'll be really interesting if...
At some point we need to get there. Because, like, that part of, yes, I get that I'm a member of the team. Yes, I get that you have feelings about how we behave as a team. Counterpoint, we've been through a lot. Why didn't you ask me about it first? Is something that I'm hoping we get to turn up the dial for at some point, because things have constantly gotten worse, because we had that interaction and then immediately gained another MacGuffin.
Hey, not as
I tried to
impressive,
light it
but
on
still did this
fire.
MacGuffin. That's right.
And all it did was turn into a smoldering version of itself.
Hey,
flaming
quick
MacGuffin.
side.
Yeah.
It was a flaming MacGuffin. Quick side note, by the way. Please remember that during the time, now you had a week and a half or so of actual time where you were able to do some things. But I do want to note that when you have moments like this, take those times, even when it seems like you're moving from one place to another. Please give me or give yourselves I approach you because I wanted to talk to you about XYZ. Like, there are very few occasions where I'm going to be like, nope, sorry, I have no time for role play here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that. So just be aware
You have
that
6 seconds.
not in combat necessarily.
Like, if I wanted to set up a small sanctuary specifically for spell in Sanctuary or Salvation.
Yep.
I don't know where to shove that in there. So,
well, that's okay. So, but I think you can lay the groundwork, and you don't even have to RP this groundwork. To be clear, you could just lay the groundwork of, before we leave to do whatever. I talked to Mother Johanna about the following 3 things or whatever, and that could be something that they start rolling, and then you could see that in between sections, when you come back to Salvation. So there are ways to do it. I mean, again, like as I say, there are. That was kind of what Ilarion did, honestly, in setting up a relationship with early on with Sheriff, and then later on with Zodotarev a bit, and then Rowan had this big separate, encounter with Zodotarev. There were discussions, you may remember, like when you were prepping, when you had Lord Bucket, and you were prepping the town against possible invasion, and a bunch of you had your own people. So there are many opportunities to do that, so feel free to do that. That's fine. And I encourage it, obviously, because it leads to much more powerful, richer moments as the main thing is going along, because it's informed by all those stuff, like the Die Hard point, right, that we've talked about before, which is that why does the main sort of thrust of the story matter as much as it does? I would argue because of, and one big part of that is the interaction between John McClane, who's, absolutely going through it, and his discussions with Al, the cop outside, who's this random guy who's a desk jockey who was just happened to be on his way back from work when someone was like, hey, check this out. And then all of a sudden he's in the midst of this nightmare. That is what elevates that movie from just, a lot of people being shot to a real, top-notch level action movie has to do with interactions like that. So, sorry, that was a far too involved conversation. On you go, Brandon, I apologize. But I just wanted to encourage you all. Please do that, is what I'm saying.
Yes. So there's that part, which I'm very excited for us to turn up the dial for in the future. And I think that it's very interesting how it naturally dovetailed into that other interaction that I had with Tantin, because Rowan still doesn't know what's going on with Tantin. Obviously, we never had the opportunity to actually ask any of those questions more probingly. I just know Tantin is having a strong reaction to something tied to the birth of the Grey, but I don't know anything about Metrol. I don't know anything about Tantin's familial ties to Metrol.
Mm-hmm.
I just learned that I just was reminded the name of the place a couple of days ago. So the fact that I am deeply moved by the goal to ensure that Tantin is not emotionally suffering, but I don't know what the source of the emotional suffering is. I just have to kind of guess vaguely at it. Is kind of being a bad friend. So I want to help you, and I don't know anything about the problem or how to ask you about the problem. And I'm very curious about how we get to the point where I do actually learn more about those things and how to actually do those things more effectively for Tantin. So that those two varying levels of there is some emotional communication that's supposed to be happening here and it's not happening. It's actually very exciting to me.
And actually, Brennan, can I just say, it sounds like you wanted, Rowan wants to know more about what Tantan is feeling. Rowan would also like it if someone would ask Rowan more about how he's feeling, right? Not just about the, yeah. So that's very cool.
And it kind of sucks that we, like, a lot of that frustration is also, we don't have time. The world is presently ending.
We've got a long airship trip.
This is what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, I don't know that we want to spend, 2 full sessions on nothing but this, but I mean, like, for real, this is very much more what I love. This is what I'm saying. So, please, for sure.
So yes, I'm very excited to dig into all of that. I'm also very excited to figure out, like, there are so many things in this universe that cannot be destroyed, that can be potentially tracked by their owners or other interlocutors, that we now own or are trying to track the ownership of for others. And I'm like, this is not good for our game plan. Maybe we should stop having these things. Maybe we should just save these things somewhere. Like, is there a material on this plane that people cannot, like, divine through, that we just put them in a box made of this shit and never have to think about this thing again? Because then we should make 2 of those and put the Oracle in 1.
Well, it would work for the Libra. It wouldn't necessarily work for the
the Oracle is a liability at this point. And Rowan is feeling a lot of things about the fact that we own a thing that is consistently making the job of resolving its prophecies harder. So yes, that's not going to make our job worse at any point in the future whatsoever. Never at all. That's never happened.
No.
In a game of D&D, nah, not possible at all. So yes, hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. You can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That's TITHES. Or at my website, which is also my newsletter, which is brandonO'Brien.xyz. A reminder to everyone that one of the best gifts that you can give creatives for the holiday season is to buy the shit that they make. Everyone here has at least one book with their name on or in it. Which still includes Trent Sparks, because multiple books have been voice-acted by the wonderful Trent in Sparks. So of the cool things that you can buy that has my name on it, I wrote a poetry collection called Can You Sign My Tentacle, which you can still get on Amazon. And presently on itch.io, I am presently
here it is. I have that book
hosting
too.
Yes. I recently signed that book. It's rad. But I'm also presently doing an itch.io sale of all of the 2-player games that are presently on my itch storefront, which I think is very cool. It includes a thing that I'm very proud of myself for making, which is The God of Spite and Violence. So if you ever wanted to play a 2-player RPG that feels like being in a brief series of scenes from a John Wick movie, you should check that out. And yes, everybody else here makes cool shit. Buy Greg's Grey Shed books. Buy every Shadowrun book that Jen has written. Buy every Shadowrun book, full stop, so John also gets paid. All of these cool people are making cool shit. And the best way to support them for this Christmas season, even though we will not see that money until March or April, is if you buy our things.
If we're lucky.
And buy Marie's awesome fantasy books too. Absolutely.
That's true.
Yep.
So the next place that you will see me is, I guess, on Twitch again, either for the next session of this sometime in January, or sometime in January, as previously mentioned, I will be hosting a rewatch and discussion of this year's Kohaku Utagassen with our good friend Iori Kusano. That date and time TBA, but if you want to hear me have a lot of feelings about the opening theme song for Dan Da Dan. You should definitely check that out when that happens. And then sometime in February, I will be at Capricorn in Chicago. Hopefully crossing all my appendages. So if you are physically in the Chicago area when that happens, that will be rad. And I think that's everything for me. So yes.
Good stuff, Brandon, as always. And also, by the way, don't forget that I'm just making sure, double checking on one thing. Yes. February 20th, Brandon and Marie and our mutual friend, acquaintance, poet, person, Brian Talwara, are going to be part of an event happening at my university, which I believe we haven't quite figured out the title, but it's something along the lines of The Telling of Tales, International Storytellers in Conversation. And it is going to be an event happening on February 20th. It is going to give each of them a chance to do a reading for a group that will be on the St. John's campus in Queens, and then that will be followed by a discussion moderated by myself of these three storytellers about storytelling in the modern world and what, why we need it and the need for narrative and so on. And then that will be followed by a reception and a Q&A and all that kind of good stuff. So that's all happening at my university. I don't know yet if it's available to the public. I'm finding out. I'm trying. I hope that it is. And if it is, then I will give people details about it if you were in the New York City area, because I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of my university for sponsoring it, and I'm obviously really happy that my friends here will get a chance to be a part of it. So that's another thing that's happening. In addition to Gray Shade coming out next year, for sure. It will definitely be out next year, by the way. And it will be available and coming out, so you'll definitely want to check that out too. So thank you, Brandon. Good stuff today. So last but certainly not least, for the moment, because Marie's taking an important call, so I'm going to leave her for last, and if not, I'll say goodbye after that. But Tren, again, great stuff from Tanton. Some of this, of course, continues to be surrounding the Metrol situation, and we've talked about that many times. But man, did I ever have this image of this is exactly why the group is assembled in the way that it's assembled, and it has to do with that idea because of everything that's happened. We've done that. Now, part of that is because there is a personal, obviously individual stake for Tanton, that it's keeping faith with the people that he lost and, all that stuff. I don't know the details of it, except I know it's in that general line. But there's also, to me, a sense that maybe the chat might have gotten, and that I certainly imagined, which is because we run into the burning building, right? Like, because somebody has to do it. And, no one necessarily wants to be in that position, but they have to do it, except you're not doing it on an island. You're doing it with these other people with whom you fought countless battles and all that stuff. So that, with Nisiana's combination, then as I said, that lovely grace note from Rowan, was really very, to me, like sort of a meta, like, here's why it's called the King Citadel. Like, that's why, right? More than all the whiz-bang stuff, it's the fact that they are connected together as allies and as friends, and that really is cool. So I thought that was neat, and obviously the fact that your research, I was so happy when you told me you were doing that research, because I'm like, good, because this is exactly one of the ways that research was going to get conveyed, and I was like, it's perfect, and it really allowed some of that information to come out, and so now Tanton's got all this info and has personal investment as well along with this too. So how'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Watching Nisiana reach like a new level of no, wait, no, kind of thing. I was sitting here imagining the various characters that I've played before, between Fifely and Weller, and like, how would they react to this? Because I know, well, of course I know how they would react. Weller would probably be like, I'm sorry, what? And like, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Yes.
No, this has to be done. Whereas if she were to ask, Fifely, would you sacrifice an innocent to save salvation? Fifely would have been like, yes. There would have been no hesitation whatsoever. And to some extent, Weller probably would too, but it would take him longer to work his way to that thing. He would have to do more of an emotional parkour to get to a point where he could handle answering like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was so tempted, so very tempted when
when they were having the conversation, and Jen, you mentioned that she was specifically speaking loud enough to make sure that Tanta could hear that when at that point I realized that she had asked, would you sacrifice an innocent? It took everything I had not to just nod in the back of the cart and not say anything, but just nod and see who was paying attention.
Yeah.
No, let it go. Just great. For those of you who might be wondering about what he's talking about the research thing, I guess it was like 2 days ago.
I think it was like 2 days ago. Yeah.
I dropped him a note in Discord saying, "Oh, by the way, this is what Tanton is doing. He's looking through these 2 books that he found in the thing when we were running from the forge. The day that Rowan banished a flame elemental to save Tanton that didn't know it was coming at him.
To save Rowan,
No, Rowan
saved Tanton.
Rowan saved Tanton. Sorry. Yes.
Tanton was working on something else.
Yep.
He was working on the source sled.
Yep.
And didn't know the thing was coming at him because his dragon marks were lit up, and the elemental was like, one of you put me in this thing.
Yep.
And anyway, and there's more. There's definitely more. I mean, we are scratching the surface of Tanton's deal with Metrol. And we've got 2 big airship rides coming up. One up to the Maror Holds, and then one from the Maror Holds down to Metrol. So there's plenty of time to talk. It's going to be lots and lots of fun.
Do you remember, by the way, John and Trent in particular, do you remember the fairly involved airship conversation during Tyranny of Dragons with Don Cairo's character and I think chatting with Fifely actually? With Gesma, talking with Fifely, and there were like a couple of those same kind of like looking out at the world below as you travel, and then like talking about deep, involved things. Anyway, airship convos sometimes lead to that. So
was that when we were going from Baldur's Gate to Thay?
Yes. That's exactly when.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So anyway,
Tanton was meditating for a lot of that, as I recall.
Yes, but it just.
Oh, right. I'm still
that's
my
right.
outro. Sorry. But it's going to be so much fun. Next year is just going to be, just so much exposure, so much trauma, and it's going to just. It's going to be so good.
And it's going to be coming to a head at a particular spot, chat, which we're not yet. I can't talk about yet. But soon we'll be able to announce in more detail. It's going to be very exciting. So,
when he says spot, he's referring, of course, to Dalmatians, which that means
how dare you
is making a fursuit for Spanner. No,
exactly.
Anyway, where will you see me next? Here. Yeah, and probably hear me in other stuff.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So. Oh, I'm sorry, Shadowed. It wasn't a big deal. It was like, thank you, Trent. Happy holidays to you as well. And I will say, because she's not back yet, and I do want to close up shop here, that Marimay Hawksmoor was brought to you by Marie Bilodeau. And Marie did her usual wonderful. And Marie did a wonderful job as always. And with Marimay, and again, the fact that as you said, Jen Nisian is also connected by the whole thing with her sister. There's a whole lot going on there, and the Kalashtar stuff too, which meant the prophecy. It was good. Anyway, you should also check out all of Marie's stuff, and there is more that you will hear from Marie and Marimay coming in the new year as well. So wonderful work. Can I just say, since it's our last meeting of the year with this crew, I have thoroughly enjoyed everything about this campaign, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this group. The chemistry is wonderful. The play is great, and it's really been lovely. And I cannot wait to see how things conclude, probably, coming up in 2025. So with that in mind, chat, can we give some love, not just for this session, but for a year of great play, to the incredible Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Thank you all so much, Infinity and Beyond crew, and I will talk to you folks soon.
See you in 2025, everybody.
Bye for now. All righty. So that was great. Yeah, and like I say, you will not want to miss the announcement associated with any of the campaigns because they're all awesome in their own ways. But you will not want to miss the announcement about how the finale, which we are moving towards in this campaign, where that's going to take place and what's going to be involved, because it's going to be pretty awesome. It's going to be pretty slick. You will not want to miss it. So, but that is going to do it for us for today, he said as he transitioned over. There we go. That is going to do it for us for today. And I, again, really appreciate that, Shadow. Thank you so much. I feel guilty if it was like a really involved thing. I'm sorry. But it just was something I noticed when I was like, looking at the screen and they were doing the thing. I'm like, oh yeah, this is not actually the same as the other one. So anyway, Shadowed is the one who did the incredible Eberron overlays, in case you wonder what I'm babbling about. So I'm excited, and I will check out the new updated minor tweak overlay shortly here. So, if you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. And thank you to those of you who are watching today over on my YouTube channel. Please subscribe over there. Every new subscriber there is a record, because we're at a record high. We're trying to get up to 1,100 subscribers and beyond, so please do that. Discord, please join us on our Discord channel, !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Definitely trying to push people more towards the Blue Sky realm over time, because I'm hoping to get out of Twitter pretty soon, but you can follow me on both of those places for now. Also, my website is arvanelleron.com for this stuff, and you can check out my podcast Hearthglow, which is going to have its last few sessions coming up over the next few months, last long recorded sessions, and then Triffid is doing the audio editing for that, so that is very cool. And let's see, that's the audio, and then also Gen GMs, which is my show that I do with Zach Clay, another big long recording of that coming soon, and then a bunch more shorts that'll be recorded from those long videos that you'll be able to see as well for my GM DM advice show. And both Zach and I have some cool stuff happening. Hopefully some good news we could talk about very soon related to the DM GM world. So anyway, that's again Arvanelleron for the details about that. The financial stuff, !Arv Shop, that's the merchandise area. You can get a shirt like this. This is my the best bad idea we've ever had shirt, which we have that on the back. So you can get that. You can get other swag related to our various campaigns, which supports us and gives you cool swag. Also the Patreon, !Arvtreon, try to build that back up into triple digits. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, and so any support that people can give there is really, really helpful, so please jump on board there. Also, please subscribe to the channel where you can get inspirations to help our players. You can get that from the Patreon too, but as well, subscribing to the channel, you can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, which would be awesome if you do that. On the publishing side, !Icarus, that's my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and !Greyshade, which is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade, Renegade Heretic, The Grey Assassin Trilogy, critically acclaimed. Those are all available from Athos Arts at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade, which was narrated by the incomparable Trent Sparks, who you just got to see some awesome roleplay from, and the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade being designed by the incomparable Brandon O'Brien, who you just got to see some of. That you can pre-order at that link as well. That's going to be coming out early next year, so please make sure that you get in your pre-order now. That really helps us out, and you will love the game. It's going to be awesome. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in the future who are in a similar situation as well. Arv Raid, we are going to do a raid tonight. If you are not a sub, all you have to do is type that, the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch Raid. If you are a sub, you can do this and type in all of those things will work out as emotes. If you have a sub to this channel, Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys, when you are brought over automagically to the person that we are going to be raiding. It helps them, it helps us, so please consider doing that. I will be back on the channel on Tuesday when we will be doing our holiday show with my family. That's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to do the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, Caves of Cood. So that's going to be a good time. And then I will be over on GOGCom's Twitch channel, Pen and Pixels, with what will be at that point my not final I don't believe it'll be my final, but it will be the second to last GOG stream of 2024, in which I will be doing more Songs of Conquest. And then Thursday of next week, then we have Wednesday Christmas, of course. And then Thursday, I will have more of the Beyond Shadowgate game, and I'm soon going to be able to be interviewing the developer and a writer and producer of Beyond Shadowgate live on stream, thanks to my friend E.C. Myers, who set that up. So I'm very excited about that. If you missed it, Beyond Shadowgate was it was really fun, awesome opening session. It was everything I hoped it would be. So I'm very pumped for more of that. So, and then we've got more, then we've got Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks coming up next Saturday as that campaign continues. And then, of course, the Game of the Year show, end of the year show coming up the week after next. So that's going to be what's happening. For now, I want to thank all the wonderful people who made this an awesome stream. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage. Again, thanks, Shadowed. I appreciate it. The Rising Tides and Triffity Mets. Thank you. They're best mods in the business, as I've said. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Rising Tides, Triffity Mets, Light and Passion, Marie Bilodeau, Radio Johnny Panda. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Baron Walter. Thank you to Butthurt Gamer, Dragon Spear, who was lurking, obviously. Thank you to Aturo. Thank you to Gon Eden. Thank you to Gaia Shield, Jagtris, Levas. I haven't seen Levas in a long time. Hey, Levas. Thank you to Nonstop and to Trendane. And Kaz was here earlier as well. Thank you so much to all of you. And thank you again for the last time in 2024 to the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks and Marie Bilodeau and Brandon O'Brien and Jennifer Brozek and John Helfers for being awesome and continuing to move this now very high-level campaign to ever greater heights as we move into the final year of that campaign. So very cool, very excited for that. All right, that's it for me. Everyone stick around, please, for the raid, and I will see you folks back here on Tuesday, Christmas Eve, for our holiday show with family, etc. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other, and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain. They survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without salvation.